eat chicken wings in my what are we doing here? She's like ripping these chicken wings and like peeling the skin and the meat off, and I'm like, I'm watching it like
it's falling off the bone.
What's happening here?
I eat chicken wings like string cheese. What do you want from me?
This is such a messier way to eat chicken wings.
Who cares?
This is crazy.
I'm maximizing the buffalo sauce to chicken to ranch ratio.
No, this is insane.
Michelle, this is a crime.
You might as well pull out a fork and knife, Smalls.
That's what Greenie does. Greenie eats wings.
May I say one more
Very
thing?
strange way to eat a wing.
Hard to be eating a wing, hand to mouth here when you're trying to yell out answers for trivia. This
Smalls.
also was effective for my answers.
Smalls, you need to do something for the show.
Tell me.
Okay? Your friend from college hosts the biggest chicken wing show ever made.
Yeah, shout out to Sean Evans.
Send him that video, get an official statement from him that we can read on the air, or
please.
bring him on the air right now to discuss this.
Okay. I'll text him.
Because this is, Pat's right, the peel and eat chicken wings is absurd. We're on Sportsmanlike.
Progressive presents Perfectly Bad Excuses for Missing Stuff to Spend More Time on Your Motorcycle.
Hey, Tom. Gonna miss the 5K. Gotta organize my vitamins. A, B, C. There's so many. D.
Now that was a bad excuse. If you love your vehicle this much, get customized coverage from Progressive, America's #1 motorcycle insurer. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in D.C.
When it comes to your yard, reliability matters. Shop with confidence at the Home Depot and get 4th of July savings on Ryobi, the #1 cordless outdoor power brand. It's time to choose your power. Both the Ryobi 18-volt and 40-volt self-propelled mower kits are on special buy for an even lower price of $429 each, was $479. Ryobi's battery platform delivers the power, runtime, and dependability you need to tackle yard work with ease. Shop 4th of July savings on Ryobi outdoor power only at the Home Depot. While supplies last, pricing valid June 25th through July 8th. U.S. only. See store online for details.
7 o'clock in St. Louis. You're listening to The Morning After. It's presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program as Doug Vaughn is vacationing in the Hamptons. And Chairman Kurt is on the ones and twos as Little Jackie Papers is out today. We welcome you to participate in the presentation by texting in, by calling in, and by talking it over in our YouTube chat. Collier and Thompson sponsor the phone lines, 314-974-0101. Air Comfort Service, sponsor of our text inbox at 314-399-9646. And Form Energy, sponsor of the YouTube chat. That's the TMA STL YouTube channel. That is how you can get involved in the program. It's how you can watch the program and interact with other TMA listeners here on the Morning After, a show presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. And we are in the Healthcare Evolution 7 o'clock hour. Martin Doug is vacationing in the Hamptons. Little Jackie Papers is ill. Then he is vacationing in the Hamptons with Doug, I believe. I think they're going to get together for a 4-day weekend up in the Hamptons. And it'll be fun for Jackson to introduce him to, I think, Billy Joel and Howard Stern. Billy Joel's on his left, Stern's on his right. I think that's where...
Maybe a fish boil. Maybe Henshin.
Oh, is that what we're going to do, a fish boil?
And then Henshin could be there as well.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Jackson's going to introduce Henshin to his family.
Well, Doug's done some officiating, kind of like Adam Sandler.
He did officiate the Plowhawks wedding. Adam Sandler, of course, officiated the Taylor Swift, Travis Kelce wedding. Wouldn't it be something if we came back on Monday and Jackson and Brian Henshin were married and Doug was the officiant? That would be the lead. Also, the fact that we weren't invited would be candidly infuriating. So that would be a whole nother
Now,
angle.
you were there when Doug did the wedding ceremony for the Plowhawk, correct?
That's correct. I was there.
Because I can imagine Doug and the tone that we hear every day. Well, would you take this man to be your lawfully wedded? I suppose if you're up for it, you know. Like, I can't see him being real firm. Like, well, if you two want to get married, then fair enough. You know, just that folksy.
I'll tell you what. You know what it is? Good question.
Watch out. Here comes Suckboy Tony.
Suckboy Tony was not there.
Called Doug. He said he's got a Letterman vibe. Going, all right, okay, fair enough. And there is something there.
I like this observation. I like this question. I don't know if you've heard me use this phrase before on the program, but longtime old school TMA listeners have heard me use the phrase Doug Vaughn Nirvana, because Doug doesn't care. And it's a beautiful thing. And Jackson's got a little bit of it for a young age. That's what our Cam Jansen, who's going to be with us tomorrow and Friday, made the observation when we were sitting around last week after that BMW Championship Media Day. He was explaining to Robert Thomas, Barrett Jackman, and Reed Lowe why he's such a big Jackson fan, even though Jackson publicly dislikes hockey, and privately for that matter.
Maybe Cam dislikes hockey. Who knows?
And he said, there's something about this dude, though, because he, doesn't really care. Like, these guys try to come at him, and he just doesn't care. I love that about you, Jackson. And so with that, it would be perfect if Doug were officiating the ceremony of somebody who could theoretically be related to him as he marries the Colts beat writer, Brian Henshin, on the shores of the Hamptons.
Do you take this Asian fella? And I suppose, I don't know what this is about, but you kids today, and all right, do you take this pale fella?
Now, the other side of the Doug Vaughn Nirvana, surprisingly, and I experienced this when we worked together at KMOV years ago, and even now, is that while on the air, comes off as smooth as a mountain stream, as pure as the beer you call your own, leading up to the actual, back in the day, we called it a live shot. When joining us now live from Busch Stadium is Doug Vaughn, and then Doug pops up in, Martin, do you call that the two box? Two fox?
Oh, yeah, a little double box.
Double box. He'd be tight. And if he were anchoring and Savard were out and it was me and Doug, the on-air guys and the sports bar, he would be tight, which would be really surprising because when he's on air, smooth as a mountain stream, as pure as the beer you call your own, but leading up to it, tight. So, leading up to the Plowhawks wedding last June, he was concerned about not only the heat, because it was hot, but then also making sure he did things right and the details of it and the whole thing, which is not what those of you who have only known Doug through this show or through television over the years would ever think. Papers along those lines does get tight when, like, the YouTube isn't up or when we have a remote for certain. But then when he's on the air, smooth as a mountain stream, as pure as the beer he calls his own, or in this case, boat drink.
I feel like with Jackson, it's technical things that he can't really control, and he gets frustrated because he knows he's going to get hammered for the mistake, yet there's very little he can do about it.
That's right.
And he'll actually run his hands through his hair and just kind of get a little tight and run around. But Doug, I've witnessed this. Whether it's 6:50, 6:55, he'll be, I can't find my pen. He gets really, and I said, Doug, I've got like 48, I have 48 pens. Well, I had a piece of paper right here. And I'm like, I have paper. He does it over the littlest thing. He gets a little frustrated, sideways. I'm Doug, it's fine. Well, okay. Oh, no, it's cold in here. What are we going to do? What are we talking about anyway? He just gets a little bit tight pre-show.
I am a bad boy, and I'm testing
So
things.
right there, that's the process that he has to go through when he's mic checking to record a promotion or a commercial. He has to let Chairman Kurt know that he is a bad boy and, in fact, testing things.
I think when he first joined the morning after, people didn't know how funny Doug was.
And I didn't know that, and that's why Jennings
You just thought he'd be a good sports...
Well, I knew because I knew that I would wet myself in the KMOV sports department, and not a lot of men make me wet myself. There are some, though.
But it was just because you were nervous because you had to go sit on the phone books next to Larry Connors. So you were uptight.
And Julius. Please don't forget Julius. And count on Ken Earhart. That was the anchor desk.
But I don't think people like this crowd out there, and certainly it's developed more so over the years, but early on there was kind of a vibe to the show. And then Doug Vaughn, the guy wearing the khakis and blue blazer, that guy's going to come in here and talk foot fetish.
Eggplant emoji.
You'll be surprised.
Eggplant emojis.
You'll be surprised.
So when we brought Doug in to replace you, as a matter of fact, after an unfortunate email following Game 1 of the 2006 NLCS, I believe that
big anniversary coming up.
That's right, the 20-year anniversary of the email.
Now, don't forget Fesco, but he was more like Bruce Zimmerman. He just got a quick call-up.
But in between you and Bob Fesco, we were told anyway that we were having auditions for your replacement. And so I think there were 15 to 20 guys who came in and did a show or two with me and the cat and producer Joe.
Called free labor, I believe.
And in hindsight, that's what it was. But we were told it was auditions. And we got done with it, and the cat and I were like, well, God, it's nothing against anybody else, but clearly Doug was the best one. And then I went to a dinner with Jason Barrett, who was the program director at KFNS at the time. And it was at J Bucks. Remember J Bucks?
Oh,
in Clayton?
yeah. I probably still have a gift card somewhere to J Bucks.
And
I like that place a lot.
And I was told, hey, the cat's out. And I go, whoa. And then told that we're bringing in a guy from Kansas City by the name of Bob Fesco to be your co-host. And I go, I don't know who that is. And I'm just letting you know, I remember the cat telling me here within the last few weeks that he just signed a contract. So, there are a variety of things that I'm going to tell you are going to be problematic both on the air and off the air. And so that began what you call the call-up. It was a brief 6-month period in the show's history. But Doug, I remember Jennings Randolph Jr. saying, Dougie Vaughn, who would have known? Which I believe is in reference to what you're saying, that if you just watch Doug on TV, you wouldn't know that he had this sense of humor and is a bad boy who tests things.
Are you kidding me? And that's Doug when he was auditioning.
Nope.
You sure?
That was my co-host from January 2007 to the first week of June 2007, and like I said, a brief era of the show's history.
So radio
maybe
executives...
like when Jim J. Bullock filled in for a night for Johnny Carson, I believe. I don't know if that's still available on YouTube.
So radio executives decide to do mail order brides. Let's just arrange this. Jimmy, look out. There's a guy. They're just bringing him in, and they're just going to pair you up.
No, it was nothing against him. I just
I'm saying
because he's a real Bob's a really nice guy, and I think he's been very successful in Kansas City. We just do different things. You know what I mean? So,
well, it's an arranged marriage. You can't do that.
That's correct. Yeah,
I mean, they could say today, Hey, I know Doug's out and Jackson's under the weather. We had Tim from Toledo in, and he's part of the Hubbard family. Why don't we have him do the 7 o'clock hour with you? You would say, hey, how are you? You just can't do it.
That's correct. So that's how it played out. And then because it did not work out, I had to be portrayed as sabotaging the show, even though I was under contract for a few years. I'm like, I don't want to sabotage. I want it to work. It's just this isn't working. Plus, the audience missed you and the cat and producer Joe. So,
and the only way to get respected on this show and this audience is to leave.
That is correct.
That's the only
Once
way.
you leave the show,
then you're great.
Then it becomes, I miss so-and-so until somehow they return. And then at that point, once they're back, then they're hated once again. It's an amazing little circle of life on the presentation.
Hence, after the morning after.
That's exactly right.
The great Ken Strode.
Comes back like Jordan wearing the 4-5.
And then now if he would leave again, he'd be great. But now that he's back, they probably hate him again.
It's the TMA circle of life.
I like it when you call me Big Pop.
That was something Iggy released in 1994, and then Notorious B.I.G. covered it and had a bigger hit with it than Iggy did. You can get involved on the program, 314-974-0101. Chairman Kurt filling in now. Now, you knew you were going to be on the board on Thursday and Friday, but this was an audible that was called. And last night, so I wake up today, standard time, went to bed super early last night. Wake up and I see I have a bunch of texts, and I'm in some group chats where there's a lot of activity, and I just go, guess the boys were tying one on a Tuesday night and really active in the group text.
You thought Jackson and I were giggling about Messi?
Not you guys, other group text. And then when I woke up and I saw it was the TMA group text, I thought, oh, I wonder what this is. And it was Jackson at 9:35, shows you how early I was in bed, letting us know that he was feeling ill. And so then Chairman Kurt, I text Chairman Kurt when I wake up and I go, hey, I assume you know, Chairman Kurt, though, ready to go, standing by. You already ready to go for tomorrow and Friday, but now you've been called up a little earlier.
Yeah, I got the call last night. I think it was around 9:45, and I was already asleep, too. And I answered the phone, and I know I talked to him, but about 20 minutes later, I had no recollection of the conversation. So I had to text him back and kind of retouch base. But, yeah, he doesn't miss. So if he sent that text, he must not have been feeling too well last night.
Yeah, that's it's not Papers' style. And I was making this observation just in general, even though I realize part of the deal when you do a show, and as Jackson calls it, the parasocial relationship that develops between the audience and the hosts is to bust balls when people miss time. In reality, that really hasn't been a problem on the show over the years, but what Chairman Kurt said there is accurate. I can't think of too many times where Jackson, I guess he had strep throat too.
I don't remember it. He says that, but I don't remember it.
He said he had strep throat last year. I weirdly had it in the summer, which I didn't even kind of know was possible a month and a half ago. So Papers is out, and then he is on vacation tomorrow and Friday, and so therefore automatically, Martin, what's going on right now in the Air Comfort Service text inbox is accusing Jackson of making up that he's sick. That's just so you know, that
because
is
it's the day before going on vacation.
That's correct. That's
go to hell.
But I don't know if you can ever call in sick to a show and then people really go, oh, I hope he's all right. That's not the way it works. Again, these are things that you don't know when you start a show a couple decades ago, and then once you do it, it becomes just part of the process. So I knew when I found out that Jackson was sick today that Jackson would be accused at 7 o'clock of faking it, because I've watched producers and co-hosts get accused of faking being sick since July of 2004.
Like we're all third grade kids just wanting to stay home and watch cartoons.
Well, and if you have a chance to get an extra day down at Table Rock, I think you try to make that happen.
Especially Jackson.
Do you think
he's
getting
enough of Missouri vacations?
If anybody spots him down at Buc-ee's or wherever it might be, snipe a photo.
He's a Shooters 21 guy, actually, so I could see him going down to the Lake of the Ozarks and then heading over to Table Rock.
May stop for one of those walnut bowls. They finally got you on Highway 44. Walnut bowls ahead.
That's correct.
You see like 38 billboards for a walnut bowl. Like, all right, fine. Okay, I'll get it. Okay, you got me.
So Papers is getting a walnut bowl.
He's on his way to the lake.
Then going to the lake and he'll head over.
I was out for like a week one time at KTRS, and I was doing a midday show, and I think Frank Opinion was right after me. I can't remember. I moved around a little bit, but I legitimately was sick right after my vacation. And then I'm driving. I might even go into the doctor, and in the afternoon, I'm listening to Frank Opinion. Well, what kind of guy calls in? He was doing it. He did a whole...
I think your Franco Pinion impression is in my Mount Rushmore.
He did a whole bit, and he didn't say my name, but he's like, who does that? Now you go out of town, and you have a great time, but then you come back, and the first day back, you're missing. I was like, that's me. He's talking about me.
It is the anxiety I get when I know I'm sick it's a 10 out of 10. And then I'm like, this was whatever it was, I guess, early June. And I just thought I was going to get like a Z-Pack. And my doctor goes, oh, you tested positive for strep throat. And I go, you got to be kidding me. And I go, when can I go back to work? He goes, I don't know if you can go back this week. He goes, you can't get other people sick with this. And I go, but it's strep throat in June. Doesn't matter. I didn't even know last time I had strep throat. So for papers to miss, I am certain, knowing him, that he is like experiencing peak anxiety. It's just the way that it is, especially on this program where no matter what you do, it is wrong. And so then it intensifies 10x because he knows he's taking vacation tomorrow and Friday, and then he knows that he will be accused of just making it up.
You could be missing.
This is not the brand. That isn't the brand on anybody on the show and in the history of the show, actually.
You could be missing a limb, like loser.
Yeah. That's the deal.
But I will say Chairman Kurt, when he steps in, man.
He loves his drops. This guy loves his drops.
So Wednesday's show
He loves
today.
Wally Pippin papers. That's what he does. He
There
loves
it is.
cucking papers.
That's the title of the
Cucking
first
papers?
I was going to go Pippin papers. I don't know if we can
Can't
put
go wrong
cuck
with
in the title.
alliteration. I don't know if...
Chairman loves him some drops. So this, for those who like to complain, this is a big day for the drop.
I'm gaslighting you.
That was a perfect drop right there. This guy knows the drops.
Well, Tim, the West County Trad Sun says talk about sports, and it's in all caps.
Well, then I guess based on his request, we will talk about what took place yesterday. Well, I've always listened to him, and that's been critical. I set the over/under on Cardinal wins yesterday at 0.5, and I think more people probably would have taken the under than the over. And if you did, and you did wager on it, you were handsomely rewarded. For me individually, I'm not speaking for anyone else. I'm not going to, doesn't this feel like this is me individually? Said to my wife last night, I said, I think this is the beginning of the end. And the fact that we got to July, that God bless America. I also think, in a weird way, it might be a good thing for the organization that it is going down this way in two ways. Number one, it's against the Brewers, who are going to be probably either the second or third best team. Again, injuries can blow things up, but as things stand right now, going into the playoffs, of course, behind the Dodgers, and maybe the Phillies continue the heater they've been on since Don Mattingly took over. And you get to see, okay, it's one thing you did it against the Cubs. The Braves, even though they have a great record, if you've been paying attention, they've been falling off. Now you get a chance to see yourselves against these guys, and you go, yeah, it just isn't there. And it happens a few weeks before the trade deadline, where the fan base can go, okay, I get it. Now, coincidentally, Doug is not here today. Doug represents a portion of the fan base. I think in 2026, it's the minority. It doesn't matter. He represents it. He feels strongly about it, and he's had this perspective for, we were talking about, he's been on the show now for 19 years. This is where he's been for a number of years, that if you have a chance, you go for it. I personally don't view things that way, but I certainly respect his opinion. My premise being, you now see what it's like to go up against a team that has legitimate world championship aspirations and at this moment is pacing for 102 wins, and you see what you are, and you just don't have it. And so I think, therefore, both from a baseball standpoint, the direction they were probably going to go anyway, but now the fan base standpoint, it makes the sale of players that I think now is highly likely to take place in about 3 weeks more acceptable to the fan base, which I think is also good for the organization. Martin, your perspective.
Yeah, I think the biggest question to me with this series, which could in fact be where we say, okay, that's when the fun run came to an end. Milwaukee, the bullies of the division, really, for the last decade, they've won 5 of the last 10 Central Division titles, Cubs 3, Cards 2. They came to town. You're like, all right, well, we're still having a nice little run here, 4-2 on the road. To me, the biggest question I had yesterday was, what the hell's going on? How do we have The Miz against Matt Swanson? And then he's backed up by, I'm sorry, who? Bruce Zimmerman?
Yeah, well, Bruce Zimmerman was in there, so that was convenient to have him available.
That poor fella. He's doing the post game. He's sitting at the podium wearing a nice Cardinal sweatshirt, and then later DFA. And I was wondering, does he get to keep the gear? I mean, he literally was a Cardinal for about half a day. How did we get here? So it goes back to Monday night. So the whole thing is the pitching. And I think it's reasonable to say, are they overthinking it? At this moment, do we have to push McGreevy back? Do we have to is everybody out of gas? It's almost the All-Star break. Because if you go Monday night, it's McGreevy's turn to pitch, if he's available. And if you say, well, he's a young guy, I don't know, mid-20s, but he hasn't pitched this many innings, can he go Monday on a normal turn? And we're going to skip the last one. We're going to give him a long break, whatever. Because he's not Monday's starter, you go to Dustin May, who's on 3 days rest. Now he's on a pitch count. So all of a sudden, I feel like they backed themselves into a corner. Soriano, Romero, O'Brien, that game, remember, Monday, you're up 3-0. We're all watching the World Cup. You started the series by coughing it up with the bullpen, but apparently guys were not available. Soriano, Romero. And now, I think, when Ollie starts saying, I have to honor their request, he has said that about guys who are not quite 100%. So is it the organization saying, hey, Palante, hey, McGreevy, we've decided, even though this feels like a big series against a division rival, we've decided to push you back? Or is the player saying, I'm a little sore, my elbow, my shoulder, whatever it is? All indications from Ollie is they're responding to what the players are saying, as opposed to the organization saying, okay, we just decided this is a good time to go to Matt Swanson for a start. This is a good time to go to Bruce Zimmerman, even though the big bad Brewers are in town, which is frustrating as hell as a fan, that's what you roll out in a doubleheader. I guess they got back to that position in part because players are saying, hey, I'm a little out of gas or my shoulder hurt. And that's the part we don't know for sure.
And one of the things that I've learned over the years in one of the eras of the show, did a program in the afternoons with Jim Edmonds, and it was so concise and not necessarily coming from somebody who we think would deliver a poignant thought that a decade and change later I still utilize. When I was complaining about something, I think it was during the 2013 NLCS against the Dodgers, he wasn't disagreeing with me. He just said, well, you know, the truth of this is we just really don't know because we're not in the clubhouse. And I go, boy, you just blew up the entire business model of sports talk radio. But that is accurate. Now, I also realize that doesn't change, whether it be people's anger, their frustration, or speculation. That's the nature of it, and I'm participating in it as well, so it would be quite hypocritical to be critical of those who are participating in it. I guess what I would ask this is, do you think the organization is intentionally sabotaging the games? And if you answer in the affirmative, I'd love to hear the reasoning. I think, though, when you boil it down and you go, okay, well, yeah, of course, they're doing whatever they think is best for both their players and the team, then one, from my standpoint anyway, deduces that there therefore had to be some extenuating circumstances to get to that unique, being polite, starting pitching matchup that you had in both Game 1 and Game 2. So as unfortunate as it was, and I suppose we much rather would have seen Dustin May in Game 1 against The Miz and Mike McGreevy in Game 2, the reality is this thing started in Chicago. And think about, because I'm reflecting on it myself, think about what your mindset was in the top of the 6th inning at Wrigley Field on Sunday after Jordan Walker hit the 3-run home run. And it looks like, at least for a brief moment, that the Cardinals are about to put themselves in position to take 5 of 6 on the road from the Braves and the Cubs, and then head home for what would not only be the most important to date, but also the most anticipated homestand, with 5 against the Brewers in 4 days and then 3 against the Braves before the All-Star break. And how different your opinion is of the Cardinals in 2026 since that moment on Sunday afternoon. And the reality is, it's about 54 hours of a difference but the whole perspective for me has shifted significantly. And the reality is because they have been living on the edge anyway. So I'm at peace with it because this has been a windfall of entertainment. And I'm not saying, okay, they're quitting, they're done, or anything along those lines. I'm just saying, okay, now you got a chance to see them against the Brewers. And the lack of depth, in addition to the lack of starting pitching that we had been talking about, and the lack of bullpen arms, has now been full-on exposed. And yes, I recognize that the games were close, but you had to have Brian Torres out there throwing. And by the way, tip of the cap to him.
I was
for
just
a
going to
wonderful
say,
outing.
I might need to see more of him out of the pen.
51
We're at
miles
that
an
point.
hour. And so it's the way that it is. But that's the thing. I can't sit here and go, okay, well, I thought they were going to win, like, you know, a best case scenario, 80-ish games, and then be raging because this team is, you know, now running into one of the best teams in the game and being exposed. In addition to part of it, something that going into the season, you knew that Dustin May was injury prone, and that has played a role in kind of having some of this piecing it together. You didn't know what you had from Matthew Liberatore. And I would say the other three guys have overperformed expectations with regard to McGreevy, Leahy, and Palante. So you knew you had that. Riley O'Brien becomes an all-star. I think a lot of Cardinal fans are probably looking around going, oh, okay. I mean, if this is based on the first, 8 weeks of the season, maybe, but whatever. Happy for him. Still think that there are other guys in the team that you would feel are more deserving. But this is what you got. And so I look at it, certainly not known as a glass half full person, but this is how I see it, is okay. I feel better about the organization still in general now than I did when they opened up the season against the Rays, because you feel like you've got some real potential stars in right field and at second base, and some guys potentially in the rotation who could be solutions, maybe not aces, but solutions. And they're probably, over the next month, going to improve the organization's chances when they really are in a spot to have a championship run by acquiring talent to improve the lack of depth. And personally, I'm on board and I'm at peace with that. I also, based on what I'm seeing in the text inbox, am in the minority, but that's how I feel.
Well, I think it's really sad how few pitchers they have available. And they probably knew this last October,
November,
November,
December. The roster left and right over the last 24 hours to do it.
Yeah, I mean, I think they would have told you, though, 6 months ago, boy, we don't have enough pitching. I don't know what we're going to do if we run into any trouble. And they've been lucky because the rotation has been healthy. That was part of Ken Rosenthal's Monday point, was that they've been able to make their starts. Liberatore kills you Sunday because you give him the lead. He goes back out there in the sixth. First two guys get on.
That walk in the sixth inning is unforgettable as it might seem, was a pivotal moment. You get that lead and then you walk the leadoff guy. You just can't do it.
Right.
You just can't do it.
And on that night, keep in mind, Saturday, you had used your somewhat reliable three, which is the Romero, Soriano, O'Brien three. You'd use them on Saturday. So you get to Sunday. Those three probably not available, maybe O'Brien, but all of a sudden, Liberatore, can you get me through six? I just need you. You had a low pitch count as well. He can't. Then you go to Swanson. You're like, all right. And if you're Ollie Marmol in that dugout, you're like, okay, I can't use these guys. All right, I got to get through the next four. Now, can you get me through the six? Nope, you can't. All right, what are we going to do here? Fernandez actually was okay that night. Then you get to the next night, and that's where I was saying, you're up 3-0. Where are the big three? He referenced that Romero and Soriano needed an extra day. So now they weren't available Monday. You're like, oh, God.
Yep.
And we're like, okay, where's McGreevy? Well, maybe, and he'll probably come on at some point. We'll ask him. Do you go to them and say, hey, man, my back's killing me, my leg, whatever it is? Because the indication is McGreevy, Palante, and all these guys are kind of needing a little extra time. They're kind of, I don't know if it's ouchy, as Tony would say back in the day.
No, he only used that when talking about J.D. Drew.
It's pretty
subconsciously communicate that he thought he was a 5-letter word for cat or kitten.
So I don't know the dynamic, as Edmonds points out. You don't know for sure, but it's pretty sad. You get to this point, all right, you're hanging around. You had a nice road trip. The timing couldn't be worse to be exposed, where Jared Schuster, I had a friend texting. He said, so we're pitching Zimmerman and Schuster. Because I'd rather watch Simon and Schuster. I mean, what are we doing here? Jared Schuster, okay. I mean, the bust of the sun, Tim, is going to be loaded. Shoot him straight to the sun. Yeah. We've got probably a few candidates for that. So they clearly have been exposed. Again, you used Dustin May on Monday on 3 days rest. Which I thought, but that puts you in a bad spot because now he's on a pitch count. So you had to, in your mind, take him out 4 2/3. Now you're really backed into a corner because you got to go to your bullpen in the first of 5 games. But it seems like he may have been their only option on Monday night. If the other guys needed an extra day, you're not going to do Dobbins on Monday because you get him on the doubleheader where you don't have to use a roster spot, whatever. But it's a pitching mess right now. McGreevy tonight, if he's listening, could you just go 9 shutout innings? That would help.
Says his dad listens.
Would help. Is that right?
Up early in the morning in SoCal. No.
Do you know, that actually tracks because in the last couple of years when they would call him up and he would pitch well and they'd ship him out, I did a couple commentaries. And the great Ben Boyd said, hey, I know somebody who knows the McGreevy family. Can you send me a copy of that TKO where I would say, quit jerking McGreevy around? So maybe they are, Mr. McGreevy, call in. What are you doing? Call in. It's a big Wednesday call in.
The number, Chairman Kurt has to now juggle running the board and tracking the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. You can text in at 314-399-9646. Air Comfort Service sponsor the text inbox. That's where Fat Bob says the pitchers, not the pitchers, but I think may have met the pitchers. The pitchers have 5 days in between starts. Why aren't they running? And why aren't they using ice and rehabbing appropriately? They're being lazy and weak. That's from Fat Bob, and for the record, spelled with a PH.
That sounds like one of the calls to Tony with Jacober. These guys need to be running sprints out there like Gibson used to do.
And what would Tony say?
No, that's a great point. Like, no, it's not. No, you would yell at me if I said that.
Can you imagine if you would have in the post game?
Tony, we're going to hang up on him. No, that's a really quality call there, man. I just wish we could get more of those idiots I talk to every day.
See, I'm going to try hard.
It's McGreevy's birthday today, according to Sturge.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday.
Maybe he said, hey, Skip, is there any way I could pitch on my birthday? It'd be kind of nice. They pushed him back just for a birthday.
26 years old for a friend of the program, Mike McGreevy. You're welcome to share your thoughts in that Forum Energy YouTube chat where friends have gathered this morning. Subscribe to the YouTube channel. 7,030 have subscribed to the TMA STL YouTube channel. That is where we do after the morning after. Chairman Kurt, I guess you're on that as well. You were going to be ready for it on Thursday and Friday. Jackson was training him yesterday in commercial breaks. And now it's just me, you, and Ken Iggy Strode.
Mm-hmm. I'm excited about it. It was a quick training session. So Yeah.
I know exactly what that means. That means I need to call and see what happens on the turn. That's what that means. That's exactly what that means.
He's setting you up for potential issues.
That's exactly what that means.
I'm finna throw a perfect game, Martin.
How about that?
All right.
Famous last words, Chairman Kurt. I'm finna throw a perfect game, Martin.
Well, and I love...
If I knew how to clip that off, I'd have it ready to go at 11 o'clock. But I don't know how to clip it off.
I love Ken, and love saying hi, just kind of sharing in the camaraderie, which is a little handoff. I was here till 11 yesterday, pushed back onboarding with Doug out. But I'm a little afraid to say hi to Iggs because I'm afraid there'll be a request. So these guys witness me now. I now sprint down the hallway. It's come to that. Love you, Ken. Hey, buddy. Got a Brian Torrance autograph ball.
He lurks in that Forum Energy YouTube chat where you can hang out as well and talk it over with Scorsy, Harry Hogg, the TMA remote lamp, Tigo, and Iggy's prison window hand. We're all talking to Too Fat to Kayak. They're all in there in the Forum Energy YouTube chat. Subscribe to the channel and you can hang out and watch the program as well as talk it over if you would like, or you can just lurk and watch the conversation in the Forum Energy YouTube chat. Mentality is online at lowtusa.com. Start today at lowtusa.com. Here is what Mentality has learned treating 25,000 men. You cannot rely on testosterone alone anymore. To run at full capacity, your body needs peptide therapy on top of your TRT. For guys whose recovery still lags and whose energy plateaued, even on testosterone, Mentality's physicians design a plan that layers peptide therapy on top of TRT to support recovery, repair, and performance. It's a custom plan built around your numbers, monitored every step of the way. The key is this: testosterone levels the field, peptides drive your results. Testosterone levels the field, peptides drive your results. Start today with Mentality at lowtusa.com. That's lowtusa.com. We are in the healthcare evolution 7 o'clock hour here on TMA. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne, Chairman Kurt on the ones and twos. He's filling in for the ill Jackson Burkett. Doug is vacationing in the Hamptons. It's 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Welcome back to the Morning After 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne, Chairman Kurt with you. Doug vacationing in the Hamptons. Jackson Burkett is out today. And we welcome you to participate in the presentation by calling in 314-974-0101. Callier and Thompson, sponsor of the phone lines. Texting into the Air Comfort Service text inbox. And talking it over in our Form Energy YouTube chat. That's the TMASTL YouTube channel where you can watch the show. And we go from 7 a.m. to 12 p.m., 7 a.m. to 11 with the morning after, and then 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. with the new After the Morning After program. So you're welcome to get involved. Chairman Kurt, will you be able to take phone calls while running the board in Jackson's stead, or is that just too much to ask? And should we not say, hey, friends, call on in today?
Ladies only.
Ooh.
I can only answer the phone if it's a lady.
Isn't Ladies' Day,
Honor
the
system.
country clubs, I wouldn't know this, but isn't Wednesday kind of Ladies' Day?
Oh, I can text Jackson, but he's sick, to find out what the country club policies are. The three of us are more meat and potatoes. I don't even know where these places are. So, yeah, Jackson will let me know. But he's a log cabin guy now, and I don't know what their arrangement is. Maybe some of the log cabin members want to call in and let us know. 314-974-0101. But as Chairman Kurt made clear, only the female members. So when Mahjong is over, go ahead and call in 314-974-0101.
By the way, Tim, on the Polos Plus dossier, Jeremy Rutherford in studio, 8 to 9. Just
you were
chopping
producing
it
the
up.
show while I was sleeping last night. I woke up and I saw you said, hey, papers said, do you guys still want JR? Not a lot of Blues news here over the last few days. And you said, yeah, why not have him come in? Because he's become in the rotation of fill-in hosts when we're
Don't call him Bruce
vacationing.
Zimmerman.
Bruce Zimmerman.
No, Hunter Dobbins with a better arsenal.
Yeah, why not JR for the 8 o'clock hour is what Martin said. And so JR is coming in.
Yeah, and he's got
produced the program while I was sleeping.
Well, it actually makes sense. He's got a podcast at 9. He's a friend. We chopped it up for 3-4 hours that one day. We were outside for the food drive. JR is a true friend of the show, so he's available on Wednesdays to Tim and I like to grill him about NHL salary cap decisions. Today we may venture off of that. I wouldn't mind digging deep on some of JR's favorite sports game, things he's covered. He started on the He was the Illini beat reporter back in the day.
Is that right?
Kind of did some Rams stuff, too, out at Rams Park. Hey, Shag. They called him Shaggy out at Rams Park. So he'll be here from 8 to 9, and just a lot of hardcore hot takes on sports here until 11 o'clock.
Jugs in D.C. is not happy. Now, Jugs in D.C., one of my favorite texters, he's made me a lot of money by giving us his Atlantic 10 gambling tips. And then he diversified following the Atlantic 10 basketball season by being adamant that these St. Louis baseball Cardinals were going to the playoffs and was saying that the Cardinals to make the playoffs, free money. And he is not happy with us this morning, saying, we lost by 1 to Miz. What the hell are we talking about? Matt effing Swanson was our freaking starter, and we lost by 1. This defeatism is exhausting. You guys sound European. That's Jugs, and he is in D.C., and he is not happy with this particular presentation, which makes him have a lot in common with people.
Hey, you dumbass!
636 over the age of 75.
And now Europe is taking a hit as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to say, for facing the Miz, boy, you get a 2-run homer from Walker off the Miz, and then Herrera hits it up by Big Macklin.
And by the way, Papers, before he got that early day off, I think, like I said, I think he's at the Lake of the Ozarks today and then Table Rock tomorrow, said you got to bet props to have Herrera and Burleson hit a home run. I did place that wager, and I was handsomely rewarded. Thank you, Jackie Papers, and I got to thank Steven Time. These people all make me money.
Martin, you and I made the people some money yesterday.
What did we say? The over-under on the Ks for the Miz?
7.5. And then in cash, Martin did send that text to remind us of his victory.
I never remind you when I get it wrong.
That's also from the Sports Talk Radio business model. But the Steven time play of Argentina to win and the Brewers to win Game 1. And I also placed that bet because I was sitting there and I was cheering for Egypt. And then I realized, oh, yeah, I bet on Argentina. I guess I'm happy. And then the Brewers took care of business. And so I was handsomely rewarded. Thank you to Steven Time and Jugs in D.C. Listen, I hope you're right. I hope the Cardinals make the playoffs. But, you know, I would go and short that market right now if that were out on there. But Jugs in D.C., maybe you will wind up being right. And if you are, that means that it will be a delightful next 2.5 months.
Well, the team at this moment that you'd have to catch would be the Marlins. Somehow the Miami Marlins, they've won 4 in a row. They're currently holding on to a wild card spot. So it's not, I don't think it's unreasonable to think you can still hang around the wild card mix based on what everybody else is doing.
Everybody hangs around the wild card mix because baseball has watered down the postseason to devalue the 162 games.
For sure. And it doesn't mean you get excited about it. But in a season where you're just going for development and seeing what these pitchers can do and what these position guys, you basically have told everybody, we're trying to find out what we have. We're not going for it. And you don't have to. You don't have to, will they be buyers? Will they be sellers? You don't even have to play that game. You could, even if you sold off O'Brien, you could still say because of the nature of the wild card, you're still a couple of games back in August with this crew. I'm saying, I don't think it's not like they're going to fall off the map. However, we've talked about it. What happened last July? They went 8-16. That's when it kind of, oh, wow, they're hanging around.
Well, we circled this stretch, and a number of the members of the audience circled this stretch even in early June. I think it's when the Cardinals are kind of flopping around with some teams that you thought they should be beating if they really are going to be a legitimate postseason team, and then going, oh, boy, at the end of June and the first half of July before the All-Star break, this is going to be tough. Even if the Cardinals were firing on all cylinders, 5 games in 4 days against the Brewers was going to be a tall order. 5 games in 4 days against the Rockies would stretch your pitching staff, but against the Brewers, when they have what they have, in particular in that rotation, and I was listening to the call last night, Mike Claiborne and John Rooney were talking about it on the radios. I was in the car for a little bit, and it's like because the Miz gave them what he gave them in Game 1, that bullpen was loaded for bear for Game 2, while the Cardinals were already in scramble mode. Hence the Torres 2 innings.
Yeah, and it's clear where the Cardinals, the issue, they've gotten a pretty good run here for the starting rotation. Frustrating at times for sure, Libitor, but on the whole, they can get you these games like the Miz game. You're still in that game. But if you go back Sunday, it was the Cubs' 6th inning where they got 4. Monday, the Brewers got 4 in the 7th. Milwaukee, the first game yesterday, a run in the 6th, a run in that's that middle relief where they just can't find anybody to kind of plug the hole from a starter who needs to come out before you can get to Soriano, before you can get to O'Brien. That's clearly where things are coming up short.
Why stop at 5 days between starts? Why not 6 or 7 days? Why not give them 9 days between starts? Why does Tim look so hot today? That's from Steven Time. And who also says winning a wild card game doesn't excite me as much as loading up on prospects because of what the capital does for the team moving forward. That's Steven Time. And so that specific train of thought is where I have been for many of the years going back to 2016. And so what winds up happening, and it's increased here over the last few years since baseball's postseason went from 4 teams in each league to 6 teams in each league, and the byproduct of that is you have almost every team in each league, with the exception usually of the Rockies and another team in the National League, Marlins are certainly live oftentimes, going, or a portion of the fan base going, well, we're only 6 games out of a playoff spot. And so then you go, well, maybe we should, not sell. And it reduces an organization's desire to be aggressive with regard to selling. And so that has watered down the trade deadline, with it being not the usual big moves that we got used to, but teams just kind of going back and forth unless you have a big-time free agent, for example, Scooble and the Tigers' struggles this year. With regard to the Cardinals, what they would do, and it drove me up the wall going back to 2016, and I believe, maybe not this year, but a few years ago, we were reaping what was sown in 2016, 2017, and 2018, where the organization, and perhaps understandably so because of the 2 world championships in 2006 and 2011, when at the trade deadline those didn't look like world championship teams, go, if we can just get in, we can win the thing. And so they stayed the course, even though those teams certainly did not look like championship teams. But again, in fairness, on July 31st, 2006 and July 31st, 2011, did those look like world championship teams? And in fairness, on July 31st, 2000, July 31st, 2004, July 31st, 2005, those teams, and I'd say July 31st, 2009, actually, those teams did look like world championship teams. And so the outlier success that came from 06 and 11 then began this mindset that I think frustrated a lot of Cardinal fans, which was they don't play and manage and build to be the best team. They play and manage and build to just get in. Further compounding that issue became what you had in the first couple of years of this diluted postseason, the 6th seed from the National League winding up representing the National League in the World Series, leading to other organizations going, God, if you just can get in. And therefore, we can't sell at the deadline because look what the Phillies did in 2022. They were the 6th seed. They were fortunate to get in, and then they wound up being in the spot that they were in. You had these 6 seeds, the lower seeds, beating the teams that would sit out for a week, which was supposed to be a reward, but wound up penalizing them. And then that led to more teams going, well, we can't be aggressive with selling. I would like to think that no matter what, Chaim Bloom was probably going to be in that sale mode anyway and understood that there was going to be a portion of the fan base pissed off at him, but just didn't care. And so that is why I say, even though I hate what has taken place since Matthew Liberatore blew that lead in Chicago on Sunday afternoon, it probably positions the Cardinals better to win a championship in the near future than if they would have just hung around and stayed the course like they did in 16, 17, and 18. And I was on this program, or not this program, but on Balloon Party on 101 ESPN in July 2022, wanting the Cardinals to trade Arenado and Goldschmidt, or 23, excuse me, wanting the Cardinals to trade Arenado and Goldschmidt. Part of organizations' successes in businesses in general, its successes is being decisive. And the Cardinals lacked decisiveness for a decade, and that is why they paid for it. You have to pick a lane, and if it's unpopular, it's unpopular. But if you believe you're doing what's in the best interest of the organizations to win a championship, which then, of course, also impacts the bottom line, so you can serve both masters at the same time, you're doing the right thing in your position. And so from that standpoint, if you look back on that just 3 years ago, I'm sure many of you would go, yeah, I wish they would have traded Goldschmidt and Arenado when their stocks were higher. That's how I look at July 2026. Same kind of deal. They might hurt in the short term, but in the long term, they'll be better for the organization. Your thoughts, 314-399-9646. You can also talk about it in the Form Energy YouTube chat as well.
I was going to say what's interesting, if you think about, and at times this season people will say, well, we'd be better off if we still had Arenado at third. Well, why didn't we just keep Sonny Gray? If you think about what they did in getting rid of, trading Sonny Gray, Brendan Donovan, Wilson Contreras, Nolan Arenado. All told, they got 9 players in return. 7 were pitchers. Clearly, Chaim Bloom is like, okay, we just don't have enough. And now, of those 7, will any of them ever be stars? Who knows? But you're giving yourself a chance. You know, this Gerangelo Sinjay, the guy who throws righty-lefty, Brandon Clark, Richard Fitz is somebody, if he had stayed healthy, he probably would have been pitching here by now.
That's correct.
That was a big
loss.
Although
Palante did beat him out in spring training before he got hurt.
But he would have been that guy in Memphis, that 6th guy, maybe even ahead of Dobbins, I don't know, or kind of similar to Dobbins, just an extra arm you would have had available. But I think that's pretty telling when they unloaded those players. And yes, would it be nice to have Sonny Gray every 5th day the way he's pitching this year? Maybe have Donovan, if he had stayed healthy, then maybe he's over at third, since you don't really have a third baseman. But you can tell what they were zeroing in on. of the 9 players acquired, 7 were pitchers. And I think it's pretty clear right now that the organization is thin in that department. The one I need to ask next time I'm down there, and I mentioned Quinn Matthews the other day, and somebody said, well, it may not be his turn. He just pitched the other. I mean in general. I don't mean today, tomorrow. I mean in general. He's 25-ish, 26, whatever. When is he at least a candidate to see what he has? And if he blows up, he blows up, right? This season is just about finding out. That's why I would opt for Blaze Jordan more days than not at third. Let's just give him a run. Let's see what we got. If you think about this year, you kind of figured out maybe Gorman's not going to be the guy. Maybe Vic Scott's not an everyday starting center fielder. Maybe JC's more of a Memphis guy. Maybe we're better off with Fermin. I think they are getting some roster clarity, and that was one of the big things this season. But that said, I would not do anything. I don't know if Doug is advocating they should trade for Aaron Judge, and I get being excited as a fan. You want to be in it. I just think that the way the playoff format is, as flawed as it is, if they could just kind of hover around 500, they're probably still alive, which is kind of fun. While you're not changing your focus, you don't want to also throw games away if you don't have to.
You've said enough to get your rights holder married.
Oh, you got rights holdered. You got rights holder.
Thanks, Joe.
TMA listeners, Appliance Discounters has an exclusive deal just for you. Come in today and receive an instant 5% rebate off your next appliance purchase. We literally last week got a brand new refrigerator from the Bradley family and Appliance Discounters. That's right, 5% instant savings off their already low prices. In addition to the 5% instant rebate, you can receive other factory rebates, some up to $1,500 direct from the manufacturer. Now you know why they are called the Appliance Discounters. Huge savings, locally owned, next day delivery, 18 months, interest-free financing, all from the #1 largest family-owned appliance retailer in St. Louis. Visit any of their 7 area locations: Afton, Baldwin, Concord Plaza, Earth City, Maplewood, St. Charles, or shop online at theappliancediscounters.com. 7 o'clock hour brought to you by Healthcare Evolution, online at healthcare-evolution.com. That is Logan Taylor and his team at Healthcare Evolution. And if you're dealing with any injuries and you're sitting there going, I can't get in to see my doctor, I've got to get this tended to. It's too painful and I'm wasting the warm weather months. I recommend checking out healthcare-evolution.com. That's who helped me out with my shoulder. Doug went and saw them, and also they can help you out if you are looking to dense your hair like the great Jackie Papers did with the treatment he had there. Nagging injuries, have pain that won't go away, a long wait to see your doctor. If you said yes to any of these, Healthcare Evolution, the people you need to call. They offer free consultations over the phone. That's right, free. Healthcare Evolution will help you with almost any medical issue you have with a free phone call consultation. What do you have to lose? Go to healthcare-evolution.com. It's a free consultation over the phone, and then 70% off your in-person consultation. Allow Healthcare Evolution to help get you off the bench and back to living the life you want, pain-free, no waiting, an extended amount of time, no break from life to get treated. Often get treated the same day or the next day. Real answers, same-day pain relief, online at healthcare-evolution.com. That's healthcare-evolution.com. Send your emails in for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. That is coming your way. In the 9 o'clock hour on our Polos Plus dossier, Jeremy Rutherford is going to be in the Stiefel studios coming up in our 8 o'clock hour. And we welcome you to participate by watching the show on the TMA STL YouTube channel and talking it over in the Form Energy YouTube chat by calling into the Collier and Thompson phone lines and by texting into the Air Comfort Service text inbox at 314-399-9646. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne, Chairman Kurt with you. The program's called The Morning After, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
This is Chairman Kurt with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Cardinals dropped both ends of the doubleheader yesterday against the Brewers, 4-3 in the day game and then 10-2 in the nightcap. They'll be back in action tonight. Michael McGreevy on the mound against Kyle Harrison. First pitch at 6:45. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
I'm enjoying it. It sounds like something from 1978, but I'm not identifying it, Chairman Kurt.
I got 1982.
Wow, heck of a year for the St. Louis baseball Cardinals.
I think you'll notice it here in a minute.
Oh, okay.
El DeBarge.
Oh, wow. Rhythm of the Night, Last Dragon. Best Picture, 84, 85, JR, is that right?
83.
Enough? 83.
Do you know the years? You're in a tough seat there because that seat doesn't typically know the years.
I do not know the years.
That's correct. JR is sitting where Doug is usually sitting. Oh, now I recognize it. Doug is vacationing. Jackson Burkett is ill, automatically being accused of taking the day off by the audience, which is
JR.
And JR during the commercial break. Stunning accusation leveled by Jeremy Rutherford that Jackson Burkett is where?
Text from Jackson last night said Branson, noon tomorrow.
Yeah, so. I think he loves Silver Dollar City. And so I think he was going to get down there. Fire in the Hole, is that still around? And was the allegation, not allegation, but the anecdote that somebody stood up in Fire in the Hole and died because of the... Has anybody ridden the roller coaster Fire in the Hole at Silver Dollar City?
I've been to Silver Dollar City.
Fire in the Hole is the bee's knees.
I enjoy Branson. We're actually going to Bull Shoals Lake the end of July. The kids want to do a little water skiing, whatever. I like the table rock at Bull Shoals because it's clear water. You can see about 6 feet down. Kind of like that.
That's all right.
And then,
really? That's very Caribbean.
Yeah, well... Not exactly Caribbean. That Rich Gould's first job was singing in a little barbershop choir or whatever at Silver Dollar City. No, that was just he was a showman even back in the day.
I've heard you obviously use his voice, but how does he sing?
No, I would never. Sometimes you hear things and you assume. We get you a little gift card. That's not anybody specific.
Correct. I think some people think it is.
Yeah, when are you drinking this morning? That's not anybody specific. That's just a voice in my head.
Beta test a take.
Uncle Rich. Drop's been great all day on the drive.
Wow. I mean, you level the allegation that Jackson's at Branson, and then you compliment the Wally Pip of the board, Chairman Kurt. There is a little Jefferson County alliance against Ladue, Missouri today here on the Morning After.
Us uncleaned have to stick together.
Yeah. It's only because I know Paper's asleep, and he's not listening to this show when he's
I've already been texting with him. He's awake.
Are you wearing a Lutheran South hat? Are you grooming us?
Yes, sir.
Grooming us to what?
Yeah,
go to Lutheran
South? Our kids a Lutheran South? Crusaders, maybe?
The Lancers.
Lancers, also known as the Lancers, Tim. They changed their name over the years. People were mad about Crusaders? No.
Oh, is that right, really?
No, I made that up. I got the name wrong. I got the name wrong.
There have been teams that changed their names, and I didn't realize that it was hashtag problematic. And then I find out why it was
the Colonials were such a bugaboo for us for
the Jugs in
years.
D.C. Sharon in Clayton is active this morning and says, I get called a shrew on this show. Who cares? Consider the source. Be well, Piddles. Also, hey, wacko, I'm glad we could work out the McGreevy seating chart. Just need to convince them to not waste money on ice sculptures and plated meals versus a buffet. That's Sharon in Clayton.
How did she spell shrew in case I ever decide to use that?
That's a good question. Kind of like the first part of Shrewsbury.
There you go.
Yeah. S-H-R-E-W. And I didn't know that it was considered to be a waste of money on ice sculptures and plated meals as opposed to a buffet. I didn't know that. But Sharon and Clayton's old money, I wouldn't know what it's like.
I didn't know either, yeah.
Off Wydown today. I don't even know where Wydown is. But that's Sharon and Clayton letting us know for the McGreevies to not waste money on ice sculptures and plated meals, and apparently a buffet is the move.
Ice sculptures are a waste, aren't they?
I think Sharon and Clayton's onto something.
And just what's a ballpark figure on what a 2x2 ice sculpture would cost?
Martin, I know that's something that you enjoy pricing.
Yeah, sometimes at the Two Fox I walk in, there's just a giant Two Fox ice sculpt just to kind of pick up morale on the way in. That's a great question. Somebody out there knows somebody in the restaurant biz.
Or does
Probably
anybody
like
make 'em?
like a Sunday brunch. It is quite a skill set if you think about it.
It is. The coolest one I've ever seen was at TD Garden, Blues and Boston
Sure.
Bruins, and they had a huge one
Oh,
as you
yeah.
walked out to the media center.
Like down in the bowels, as Burwell would say. The bowels, and they had like a media buffet.
I didn't see the sculpture. I just saw the buffet.
The buffet.
Sharon and Clayton wants it on the record. Buffet is bad. Plated is good. So she wants the McGreevies to know that, as she is now in an alliance, and Morrison Woods Wacko wants more than an alliance with Sharon, with the Morrison Woods Wacko, and they are going to the McGreevies' wedding.
Wow.
These are things that are developing on this show,
the fly
JR.
here, yeah.
Jeremy Rutherford in studio, usually for a couple of segments on Wednesdays, brought to you by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies. But with Doug vacationing in the Hamptons, JR, you're in the rotation on the TMA depth chart.
Yeah, it's been a fun couple weeks to jump on the show. I almost got attacked by a pit bull, Martin, with a leash
during the
dragging from
remote.
behind a couple weeks ago.
Gentleman had a dog on a leash, Tim, but he wasn't holding the leash, which is kind of like the Seinfeld reservation bit. Like, you're missing the whole point of the leash because you're not holding the leash. It got awfully close to the dais.
And then the
That had to be a little tightening, I would think.
Yeah, it was. The cheeks were a little puckered there, and then somebody brought the donuts in. And Martin, you can vouch for me. I think Tim might have heard this, but how many did I have?
None.
Zero.
How about that?
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
If the
when
over-under
people-
would have been set in advance, it probably would have been in the 1.5, 2.5 range.
1.5 probably. And but it's pretty cool when you leave after 4 hours and people say, "Did you touch one?" Like, no, I did not.
No, I didn't check your briefcase, a la Skip Irwin leaving the dome. I didn't check to see if you had loaded up for the ride home. Always possible.
Nobody has ever needed each other more than the Morrison Woods Wacko and Sharon, the last two lonelies at the dance. It's quite fitting. And while I'm here, it's so odd to see some of the parents in carpool knowing damn well the grandparents are paying for the school. That's from the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom. I mean, we had two significant thoughts in one text. I didn't know that. So the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom says she sees parents at the carpool, but she knows that the grandparents are the one bankrolling the school. Is this a Jefferson County thing, or is this more of a central corridor?
No, we work paycheck to paycheck to send our kids to school.
Sharon and Clayton.
I think there is some of that out there. Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah, there's. You wonder sometimes.
So I need to contact Tim Sr.?
Well, you wonder. Oh, Jimmy, I'm not giving you anything.
I've already bankrolled four of
That's
them.
not Tim
I'm
Sr.,
not doing
right?
It's
Jimmy
loosely-
Stewart and my father.
It's
just a
how
person,
I
right?
hear Tim Sr. It's not what he sounds
Yeah, my brother Kevin.
like. Isn't he a comedian?
He did improv at Indiana University. He's now, he was on the St. Louis Magazine podcast. God, what's the name of the lady? Because I watched Donnybrook.
Sarah Fensky.
Thank you. Such an aphrodisiac for my wife. It's
Yeah.
like, oh, that's so hot. You're watching
Donnybrooke's the
Donnybrook.
aphrodisiac.
Oh, God, yeah.
We'll
Yeah,
come
so-
back and talk about the Board of Aldermen. And she's like, oh, honey. He's like, hold on. They're going to do something with that Rams money. I just know it.
That is a weekly topic. It sounds like you might be a viewer as well. But yeah, she had my brother on her podcast. And it's so delightful to hear a McKernan who's like pleasant being interviewed. You know what I mean? I'm like, God, we came from the same womb, but you were blessed with a positive outlook on life.
I told you what my aphrodisiac was. It's cooking with Iggy.
That's your turn
When I
on.
was watching the Facebook.
Well, I'm not going to kink shame.
Yeah, and now I got his headset on. I forgot mine.
You forgot your headphones, so you're using Iggy's headphones.
Yeah, and they're pink. So Ken and Barbie headset here that I'm borrowing.
Mr. Licks has confirmed that many of the parents paying for or dropping kids off at carpool in Ladue are being bankrolled by the grandparents. So Mr. Licks is aware of that.
What's that called? Is it like a parental allowance from their folks?
I got to be honest with you. I had never heard of this until the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom and Mr. Lick started talking about what sounds to be an epidemic in Ladue, where grandparents are paying for these private schools. I didn't know it. My father, who has already said, when I'm like, hey, my wife's parents, they're out of town. They can't watch the boys this weekend. Would you and Mom have any interest in maybe them spending the night? So my wife and I can go wherever, like go down to a Missouri game or something. Oh, Timmy, I already raised 4, buddy. it's great that your wife's parents want to do that. That's great. You're really lucky on that. But I'm not doing that crap. If your mother wants to do that crap, that's fine. That's the real
There's the
impression.
truth in media right there.
Yeah. That's the real impression. Martin actually softens it with the Jimmy Stewart.
I figured you didn't have anybody to watch your kid because you brought him into the show last week.
Yeah.
Chuck Marlowe's got his kid in the show.
It was a big family day.
Grandma and Grandpa aren't big fans of your kids.
It was a big family day. That's correct. My aphrodisiac is hearing your voice, Tim. Me and Doug have a great time listening to reruns of the show as we get all fired up. That's from Cucks McGee.
Did Doug take the gong?
Where is the gong?
I just
He brought it to the Hamptons?
I think he took it with him.
Maybe it's down in the TMA studio. I don't know. Self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom, you know what parents bankrolling you looks like since you've been wiped out on multiple divorces. That's Sharon and Clayton, and now she's going at the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom, and here we go.
This is great. This is what I came for.
Well, how about this? A listener who I know firsthand is female because she has been at TMA events, and I also can say is actually legitimately attractive, whereas Doug believes that all the female listeners who text into the program are actually 58-year-old plumbers from Spanish Lake. The lipstick lass said, yes, my favorite guest.
There she is.
The lipstick lass.
That's
She
my
is
girl.
a big JR fan. That's it. And Martin, she is actually real. And I can add some context to it. She came to a TMA day at Busch Stadium a few years ago, and Iggy started taking pictures of her from afar. So it kind of looked like the Zapruder film. But that's
okay.
Yeah. Yep. So that's how
Tell her to call in. Are you taking calls from men or women? Or
Yeah,
just
Chairman
women?
Kurt, what's your policy?
Just women.
All right,
Lipstick glass.
Let's go.
Straight to the front of the line.
Straight to the
What's
phones,
that number,
lipstick.
Tim? I should know it. I'm still new here. It's the Calvary Thompson phone line. It's got to be something like 969 call JR. What's the number? I should.
314-974-0101. Now, lipstick glass, call on in.
Chairman's lip syncing it as Tim says it.
Let's see what I got. Sharon and Clayton is angered now. Never heard of it. Seriously, it's a damn regular occurrence with all the private school competition in this stupid city. Zip code doesn't mean you aren't living beyond your means. That's Sharon and Clayton, and she is on the side of Mr. Licks. But that means Mr. Licks is on the opposite side of the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom.
Give me your fucking feet.
Yep.
I got a question. So
I'm taking questions.
Okay.
Doug usually won't. Martin, I think you will take
You
questions.
guys take questions?
It depends on the question.
When I got a Mac computer, I was astonished, amazed that you could sync the texting with the computer. So now you can sit there and type it. I had a different computer. I couldn't do it. And so now I'm excited because when I text, boo, 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 do you think the people who text in the show, like a Sharon, are sitting on a laptop typing them? Nobody's doing this with their...
I would imagine a large number of the regular texters into the program. And what did papers reveal yesterday, Martin, that we have 1,800 names that are active in there, even though there is a conspiracy theory that these are just my classmates from St. Louis U High who only get read. That I would imagine the majority of them are on iMessage.
So when were you able to do that in Jeffco? Was that like 2022? You could get those?
I moved out of Jeffco in 2011 and haven't looked back.
I thought we had something going.
Yeah, that just broke up that. Chairman, can we get a Roof Daddy drop today? They're making requests for drops with Chairman Kurt because they know that Chairman Kurt will give them what they want. This, of course, a call from, I believe, a juniors game, like in Manitoba or something like that. I have no idea how it was brought to us, but it is an all-time favorite of the TMA listeners going back to the HD2 days. Chairman Kurt cannot find it. Chairman Kurt cannot find it. And now we got a problem. That's what happens when you break from the Jefferson County Alliance.
He broke from, I think Jackson would have had this up about 2 seconds ago.
And now JR has turned on Chairman Kurt. God, it happens quickly in this program.
Papers would already play it, but that's for sure.
Play it, Martin.
Yeah, I would never ask us to play a drop.
If Tim and I went over there and started hitting buttons, we'd be off the air for a week.
Oof, bad news. Let's see. Boy, there are a lot of texts. As you can tell, caller Ellen now active. There is a female representation. FYI, I did not go to St. Louis University High School. That's from caller Ellen, and that is another female listener I can confirm does exist.
Well, wouldn't it be difficult for Ellen to go to SLU?
Well, that was her premise to prove to the members of the audience who believe that the only texts who get read are like my buddies. Yeah. And then taking it to another level with like the TMA. We're still trying to identify what P1 means. The P1s, the hardcore listeners, oftentimes there's a bubble of conspiracy theories. And one of the conspiracy theories I was told about is I read only my friends from St. Louis U High. And I think I can speak with a great deal of confidence that my classmates are not loyal listeners to this presentation, if I had to guess, maybe with the exception of like about 5 of them. You can text in, even if you didn't go to St. Louis U High, 314-399-9646. You can also talk it over in the Form Energy YouTube chat. Jeremy Rutherford hanging out with us for an hour here on the program. We'll talk it over with JR on the presentation. We'll take your 2-part questions if you have them for JR. Martin, you'd like to tell us, though, about Michael's Baths because they just saved the day at your home.
I can't wait to show JR these pictures here. The before, the after, it's the kids' bathroom. And you know, JR, the kids, they just do some damage. They just kind of beat the crap out of them. My wife said we got to do something in that bathroom. We have guests that stay upstairs. They use that same one as the kids. It needed an overhaul. The folks from Michael's came out. We were walking through some of the ideas, and it's great because the gentleman we met with, it's not a salesman. He's a former installer, so he knows exactly what he's talking about. You can walk through and say, what about that wall there? Can we move that? What if the sink goes over there? All these ideas that you have in your head, they put it down to paper, and all of a sudden it starts to make sense. It's more reasonably priced than you think. A lot of folks get scared off by thinking about a bathroom conversion. Go to michaelsbaths.com. You can see some of the work that they've done. You know that it's a locally owned company. Michael's been doing this for 30 years. His daughter answers the phone, so family owned and operated. Whether you're doing a tub to shower conversion or a full bathroom remodel, they do it all, and that's all they do is bathrooms. No kitchens, nothing, just bathrooms. That's it. All 5-star reviews. I can tell you firsthand, the workers in your home, high quality, not only in the work that they do, but high character. They're all employed by Michaels, and that's something different. A lot of times you get subcontracting. Oh, who's that? Well, I don't really work for them. That's not the case. At Michaels, if you're in the 101 ESPN listening area, they will come to you. 636-775-0800. See what they could do for you in converting your bathroom. 636-775-0800 or michaelsbaths.com.
Lots of texts coming in to this presentation today. I was class of 94 at the U-High, classmate of Tim, and I love the show. That's from the 314. I need to know who this person is. I won't read the name in there from the class. So only 250 folks in the class. Definitely not a junior Bill. Red Devils all the way, baby. That's from St. Louis City, Kevin.
Oh, look at that.
There it is.
Look at this. Look at that.
That's a call.
That's
on a hockey
call
game.
from
that was Ken Wilson in the early 80s?
I believe my buddy, who you've become friends with as well, who also, speaking of St. Louis City, Kevin, is a Chaminade. Is it Red Devils or Flyers these days, Martin?
I get confused. I always thought it was Flyers.
But then that became offensive, just like JR's Crusaders and Lancers?
Red Devils is better than Flyers?
Did Valparaiso change their name, though, from the Crusaders?
Say it again?
Valparaiso.
Yes, they did.
See? So that must have been offensive?
I guess.
And then Chuck Todd had George Washington change their name?
I think he just voiced the video. We have kind of assassinated his character a little bit. Crusader. I think Valparaiso, they've got a terrible name.
Chuck Todd, who went to the University of Miami, somehow got associated with the name change of George Washington.
They've got a golden retriever and then a chocolate lab as their animal mascot.
Beacons.
So they changed their name from the Crusaders. I need to know why.
Following input from students, faculty, and alumni, largely due to its appropriation by hate groups and the negative connotation associated with the Crusades. So we kind of went back in history.
Martin conveyed many of the audience's response to that, which was exhaustion, as he then transitioned to the second sentence. That was my read. Again, that was an involuntary exhale. That's what I picked up on.
Well, when I was at Marquette, they were the Warriors.
And that was offensive, so they became the Golden Eagles.
They did. So a Jesuit priest that was the head of the school said, we got to change the name. And then they had like all these contests, and everybody said, well, what's wrong with Warriors? And they went back and found in the student newspaper, they were the Golden Avalanche. And they changed it to Warriors, like I'm making it up, but it was like the 40s or 50s, to honor Native Americans. So they changed the name, and then it became offensive. And so they came up with, well, boy, what would be a great name that wouldn't offend anyone? The Golden Eagles, which everybody hates. Yeah. So when my friends go to games, they still wear shirts that say Warriors. So it just didn't land real well. And it was never the origins of it, not offensive at all. So that's still really the whole name change thing gets me going because of that.
Yeah, nice. Martin is exposed nerve. Get it going. I'm sorry I stepped on your drop, Chairman Kirk.
Really in close. We'll get it to Brian. Brian, roof daddy! Oh, get the shingles out. We need to replace them as he went upstairs, and there's a hole. Fix it before the rain comes. Woo!
And that's a dad calling his kid's high school game.
That's YouTube out at Centene doing a son's hockey game.
A couple years ago, Martin, when we first played that, I efforted Doug. His name is Doug something. But
probably goes by Dougie, by the way. There's no chance he doesn't go by Dougie, and JR knows exactly what I mean.
If you want to give it a chance sometime, Doug.
Are you going to send me his number?
Doug Roach.
See, this is going to be a surprise guest.
Well, it's going
to be. You're going to have to get a lot of hits that day.
If you could see the text exchange over the months with me and Martin, anytime a random name comes up, if I can get the number, I text it to him immediately. Do you have it handy? Like, what's a couple?
Okay, well, like the most recent was I mentioned something about Potsy on Happy Days.
Anson Williams,
and immediately Kurt's like, "Here's a number that he has for Anson Williams." I don't even remember this one. He said it's not Chico, it's his brother Daryl, and then you sent me that number.
Was that DeBarge as well?
Oh yeah, that was the DeBarge. Yeah. We were talking DeBarge.
Rhythm of the night.
Ralph Macchio, who's in town, on the Hill. I was sent a number. I actually think I need to reach out to him because of the St. Louis experience, and he's friends with Iggy now.
Yes.
This happens quite a bit. All I do, Judge Reinhold was sent to me because he apparently goes to Little Rock Travelers.
I saw him at Midnight Mass in 1999 during my 8-month stint in Little Rock Television when, candidly, I was flush with cash.
Why didn't we get some of these guys instead of Marlins Man a couple guys?
Oh, no.
Wow.
Shots.
You had Marlins Man on when I was vacationing in the Hamptons?
He had been in St. Louis and wanted me to come to the game with him. And ended up taking a bunch of St. Louis folks. So there was that Friday that we were sitting outside. Jaleel White was sent to me. Urkel has been sent to me by Chairman. These are all
Steve Sparky Pfeiffer,
Marla Gibbs, Kirk Cameron, Delta Burke. These are all, whenever I mention Gene Shalit, sadly, I believe, recently passed. So
he did recently pass. That's correct.
So I missed the opportunity. I'm going to have to put that into Iggy's
If you don't get
Rolodex.
Porta Potty Guy on before we lose him, I will never forgive you.
Glenn Close, when we tell the Mike Shannon Glenn Close story, often comes up. Hanbaum, we believe there's Han's number.
I'm confident a number of our listeners can get us
Tesh, are you getting? These are all random, but every time.
Strode.
This is your response to Iggy.
Rolodex.
I mean, that's unbelievable.
Arbor Day is not happy. I guess maybe we have a large representation of audience members from Chaminade.
I was going to say that earlier.
I guess Arbor Day might be Chaminade,
including Dan Jansen.
Clearance rack Scott Van Pelt has been doing sports in St. Louis for decades, and it's been the Red Devils the entire time. What a CBC! That's from Arbor Day, and he calls it Clearance rack Scott Van Pelt.
That's a clearance rack, Scott Van Pelt, and Doug was builder's grade Bob Costas.
No, builder's grade Brian Kilmeade.
Well, I think he got a Costas one too.
Why do you think there's so many Chaminade grads?
My understanding is Dirty Dan the Garbage Man is actually, I don't believe he's active as far as lifting the garbage so much as he might be owner-proprietor of... Based on,
and he was like 24, 25?
Yes, and apparently a hell of a hockey player. I don't know how, buddies of mine know who the texters are, and another buddy of mine just texted me and said, yes, the thing with grandparents paying for private high school in St. Louis is a real thing. I wish I was one of the lucky ones.
Where do we get that?
Like, how was I completely oblivious? This must be my South City upbringing because that confident it wasn't happening there. Yes, that guy, the Roof Daddy guy.
Yeah.
I don't know how we got that clip, but it has become an all-time favorite. And I think there's another call, too. But the reason I brought up polling, which then led to the Chaminade conversation, is he called his son's hockey games. And I guess...
Did he really?
This is a common thing for parents who can't go to the games and they want to stream, and your son plays. So I imagine, do you have a parent on the team?
This is a thing. This is not on our team, but this is a thing. Like sometimes have parents sitting next to you and they'll be watching their son's game. Like we're in Chicago and they're playing back at Centene. All of a sudden they're playing the game on their phone, and sometimes the parents will use nicknames. So you'll hear on the phone, Knuckles over to Petey. Petey, back to Knuckles.
Joey Bielik has it. He turns back. Looks like they're doing a little reverse that you might see in football. The speed split the D. Oh, what's he going to do? He's shooting the Roof Daddy. Oh, look at that.
A lot of roof daddy. No, my guy Jimmy Heinen, who listens to the show, he had 2 daughters playing lacrosse on my daughter's team. He did a Facebook or a live stream of all the games. It was great. If I was at work,
it's a great thing to have.
I would watch it if I couldn't get to a game. And if anybody out of town wants to see their kid or grandkid,
Hey, and I got to tell you, this reminds me. It's got to be 1990s. Danny Mac and I are buddies, and he said, "Hey, let's go down to Enterprise. We'll back then Scott Trade. We'll sit up in the press box, and I'm going to practice some play-by-play."
Absolutely, I remember him doing that.
Yeah, and he said, "Can you be the color guy for me?" So I sat next to him, and Danny's like, pucks in the corner, pops out, shot, scores. And I decided that as a color guy, I wasn't going to be myself. I was going to be Ron Jacober doing color.
Martin, this is right up your alley.
So let me do my Jacober, and then I'll do yours. Or you do yours. But, yeah, so Danny would yell, he shoots, he scores. Like, no.
Clip that off.
Were the Blues on KXOK for a little bit there when Jacober was that right? I kind of missed that era. Yeah. Well, I don't know. Willie, why would you play that clip? And I have more of a Jacober in studio.
Oh, okay.
And then one of our loyal, is it Dale in Grubville or Al in Dadeville? I get it all mixed up, but one of them interned for Jacober and said the Willie getting thrown under the bus was so accurate because they would have KMOX was still old school with carts, and the first cart would be Jockety Talks trade deadline, the other one like LaRussa on 9th inning meltdown or whatever. Well, let's hear from Walt. And then they'd play the clip and it'd be Tony. Willie, it's not the clip we wanted at all. And I love Ron. He's a great guy.
He is great.
And I saw him in the past year, and I'm like, I don't think he's listening to TMA.
You don't think he's a TMA guy?
I think he's not a P1. I think we're okay.
But he was great because he was reactions. It wasn't necessarily analysis. It was,
That's actually
so Dan's doing a serious call to try to get himself a play-by-play game, and all you're doing is making sounds in the corner.
You sabotaged his hockey career.
Yeah,
he ended up being a great Cardinal announcer because you wouldn't help.
Yeah, that's exactly right. We don't have Dan McLaughlin calling Cardinal games without JR acting like Ron Jacober making sounds during the hockey broadcast.
Bud Collins on NBC was the Wimbledon guy for years, and I'm telling you, that's all he would do.
Yeah.
Dick Enberg would call the play-by-play of Wimbledon, and Bud Collins would go, that was his commentary. I'm telling you.
What about that? That's during after the morning. After that is not play-by-play. Tim, a lot of times the grandparents paying for private school in St. Louis is their children telling the grandparents they'll just send their grandkids to public. So then the grandparents insist on doing it. That's from the Bridgeton landfill fume huffer. So it's a way to try to induce action. God, man, I learned a lot on this show.
Jimmy, that's fine. Your kid should go to North Glendale. It's fine. Or that was Charlie's hangout for every story he would propose because he lived near North Glendale. Dude, I'll go up there. There's probably some kids that are good at sports.
Jugs in D.C. says, number 1, Martin's impressions make my sphincter tickle. And number 2, I am honored to be a graduate from the same school as Arbor Day. So Jugs in D.C. with the surprisingly high population of Chaminade grads on TMA. Who knew?
Uniting people.
Not I.
Now again,
look at the love they have for each other.
Now again, they have to claim Dan Jansen as part of the. And I love Dan in the Red Devil Flyer era.
Oh, Dan rolled up on us at the.
Yeah, Dan was here. Yeah. He was great, supporting.
He dropped some cash off.
What was scarier, that or the pit bull?
Great question.
And neither were on a leash, Dan or the pit bull.
Was that, when he approached us, was that an aggressive move or a standoffish? Or are those the same?
I think the guy, in all seriousness, I think the guy with the pit bull off on a leash but not being controlled was also the one yelling, "Talk sports! Talk sports!"
Have no texters ever heard of a 529? It's the tax break way for grandparents to pay for private schooling. That's from Mongo. Who would have known that the self-made stay-at-home Ladue Moms text would have led to this big moment on the program, which, of course, is so relatable, where texters start talking about their private school education for their children. It brings everyone together in St. Louis.
We were the family. I don't know if there's some families out there like this. You have a kid, and so now it's newborn, 1-2 years old. You don't have the money quite at that point to start. What is it, the 501c?
529.
529, and you tell yourself, you know what? I'll get that started here pretty soon in a couple of years. All of a sudden, they're 17.
now you got to do a little catching up. You can text in about your wealth or your in-laws paying for your children's education at 314-399-9646. And you can also call in about it as well. Plus, you can open up your YouTube app, type TMA-STL, and talk it over in the Form Energy YouTube chat. That's the TMA-STL YouTube channel. Get involved on the program and email in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. I read, and I just opened up my email to read this email that I got from a listener yesterday, and it was Seth Goldcamp responding. How about this? This is what I received yesterday. The gentleman doesn't want his full name read on the air, but he says, Tim won't try to type you a long email, but it's going to come off that way. I came back from the lake, yes, the lake, as referred to on the show today after 8 days, and had a hot house. Called my local company that I've used for years, and they were not amused by my call or overly interested in helping me. They tried putting me off until Friday. So I called Design Air after hearing about them for years on TMA, and I you not, from the minute the nice lady answered the phone, it was evident they knew how to run a business. I live across the river in Alton, and from an initial phone call at 12:25 p.m., I had a cold air conditioning at freaking 3:30. And I didn't need a, quote, new unit. I'd highly recommend them to anyone and would use them again. I left them a nice Google review. I just wanted to share my experience. And yes, the tech, Bryant, was a complete badass. Literally wasn't there 25 minutes. You can leave me anonymous if possible. And even though I don't care either way, please share my experience. I know this could be some show fodder, but I'll mention eating pizza and eating nachos physically in a pool bar at Lake of the Ozarks is real, and it's beautifully Power Hoosier in its viewing. I've adjusted to the new TMA, and I absolutely love ATMA. Keep killing it, and that's from Joe, and he is over in Alton. We appreciate Joe and Alton supporting the sponsors, especially the longest-running sponsor. That's Design Air Heating and Cooling online at designairservice.com. Email in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. It's TMA, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN from the Stiefel Studios.
ESPN Studio Cams.
Air Alliance Team Heating and Cooling, getting the job done quick.
It's true. Good things come to those who wait. At Stiefel, great things come from knowing when to act. For 135 years, Stiefel has helped individuals, families, and business owners make thoughtful financial decisions. Founded in St. Louis way back in 1890, Stiefel combines deep local roots with national capabilities. From customized wealth management to investment banking and traditional banking, Stiefel delivers fully integrated solutions designed for complex financial lives, whether you're growing, preserving, or transitioning wealth. That same long-term mindset is why Stiefel proudly supports TMA, because they know success is all about timing and knowing when the moment is actually the moment. Independence, integrity, innovation, the values Americans and Stiefel have embodied since day one. On the 250th anniversary of this great nation, Stiefel is proud to say doing things our way is exactly what has helped so many American dreams come true in such a profoundly American way. Stiefel, where success meets success. Stiefel Nicholas and Company Incorporated, member SIPC and NYSE.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. Chairman Kurt, do you pronounce it Tolkow in the Form Energy YouTube chat?
Oh, let me take a look here.
Tolcou?
Yeah, I think that's probably right.
Tolkow says junior hockey is not youth hockey.
That's true.
JR in studio with me and Martin here, Doug vacationing, Jackson Burkett ill. You can confirm that.
Yeah, that's true. Are we talking juniors, like kids who are on their way?
I don't know what spurred the comment, but I just went in there. I was interacting with the listeners, answering questions because they were speculating that I'm moving to Jupiter, Florida. So I wanted to try to put that out because if you don't put things out,
you have to.
They become real. And hey, God bless.
Unnecessarily real. Yeah. So, junior hockey, you get drafted, you go billet with a family in Canada or play here in the U.S., 15, 16,
When are you going to do the 3-part series on billet moms?
I have like 10
you pitch at the Athletic
mom stories that I can't even tell on TMA.
Oh, yes. It's a badge of honor for some husbands, and that's why it's a 3-part series.
I would like you to pitch that to the Athletic and then show us the email exchange.
Well,
I'm going to need to go to Sarnia for a week.
I'm so used to being on the other shows on 101 ESPN that I love for years and years and years. And all of a sudden they say, hey, you're going on TMA. You start on Wednesday. And like the first question is Iggy trying to tell Tim that 60% of hockey parents cheat on the road trips.
Oh, my God.
And I'm like standing in, I don't know where, Winnipeg, walking down the street. I'm like, how do I respond to that?
And you have all your notes in front of you, the latest Fenwick ratings.
I was looking up the power play before the call and everything.
There's a lot of layers to my career.
Okay. Oh, there's only one egg. Thank God. Love Ken. But Tim, I enjoyed the email complimenting Design Air, but then the gentleman also said, I'm adjusting to the new TMA.
That's correct.
Adjusting.
That's correct.
A 2-year adjustment?
It's a 2-year adjustment. We're coming up on being on 101 ESPN.
Maybe we need onboarding for the listeners so that they can adjust to the new.
Yeah, we could do like a seminar.
Well, I don't like Facebook.
Okay.
And I don't like the internet because I can't find a job.
I don't know why those
I think that's it might have been where it came from. Good morning, JR. I'm thinking about joining a junior hockey team. I'm 39 and have no hockey talent, but I do have a very sexy wife. Where can I sign on? That's from Shrimply Pibbles, who oftentimes does send in pictures of his wife to the Air Comfort Service text inbox.
So not today, though?
No, I do not have the most recent one. I got to be careful if I move the laptop because then it might get caught by the YouTube cameras and all hell breaks loose.
Yeah, that's a good
But he has sent a number of them in and operating on the premise that this is his wife. She is an attractive lady. The most recent one was taken when they were in Barcelona just a couple weeks ago.
Okay, so he doesn't play youth hockey. He doesn't play junior hockey. He plays senior hockey is what that's called.
That's correct, yeah. He's in the men's league. Almost 2 years on 101 and almost 2 years of crap. That's from Buzz Killington, 69, 1.6. And Martin, it doesn't sound like he enjoys the presentation.
Ever. I could do a text audit. Tuesday, 9:01 a.m. This music sucks.
Yep.
Nobody cares about soccer. Move on.
Yep.
Let's see. Not at all worried about the World Cup. I like you, Jackson. I don't like you. Oh, that's actually kind of a...
Yeah,
there's an opening
that's
there.
Off-brand.
This guy stinks. You're an American now, you twit. I don't know who... That was
Read this dumbass text.
Well, I am.
Hey, audits are great. I did one the other day, and I hate to say
Nobody
it.
cares about Navy caps.
Hey, now.
Chairman Kurt's mad.
Twitter the other day, somebody sniped something about the Blues, and I was like, I'll click on this guy and
So
see.
they're following you, and they're mad that you're talking about the Blues?
Yeah, well,
or no, they're bad on the Blues. Mad at the
They
the
were
Blues
ripping me
story.
about
Got it.
something, and so I just clicked on the profile, and I scrolled down a few, and they got progressively worse as I went down the person's thread. It was like, I said, hey, the Blues are going to get this in return. Yeah, no doubt, no duh. Like, that's been reported for like 5 minutes. Like so.
Not happy that it had been around for 300 seconds. Guys, I was a billet mom for years. You can guess how that played out. That's from the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom.
Who has won a prize, and we said, come on in, we will hand you the prize so we can meet that, quote, woman.
Yeah.
And never appeared.
You're on the line, boy.
Never appeared at the station.
I'm in Doug's chair, so can I do that? It's a guy.
No, we have nothing but female listeners, I believe. Chairman Steve in Des Moines, who counsels professional athletes in St. Louis on how to handle their marriage, is at Sasha's in Des Moines, says, can Martin read my last 10 to 20 texts? Martin, the listeners now are requesting you do their text audits on the air.
Why would I want to go through all this? Well, why don't you read these during the break here? And, do a little audit for us. I think Steve is going to Toledo for a wedding, and he's looking for recommendations.
Chairman Steve is really doing that? That sounds like something he would make up.
No, when Charlie Marlowe was here, he said, Chuck, I'm going to Toledo.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if I can say what he's asking, what he's looking for.
Yeah. Steve and time. Me next, please, Martin. So everybody wants.
So we'll just... Next thing you know, Kioski, hey guys, how we doing? Did we talk about the Cardinals doubleheader, or did we read people's old texts? Is that what you guys did on the show today?
Why does that ruin me clip make it move? Thanks. That's from Jackson Soy Boy. And who is the voice on the ruin me clip, Chairman Kurt?
Ruin me.
Yeah, there she is.
That's GFP.
Gluten-free perk. You can follow her on the Twitter tweets. Jackson knew her from the University of Missouri, said she would be great on the show. She filled in for a couple of days and then decided she did not want to continue on with the program. But the audience started following her on social media, and they've become big fans. Hence, Brian Henshin, now who's going to marry Jackson this weekend, always saying #free perk. That's in reference to @gluten-free perk on the Twitter tweets.
If you just don't think about it too much, though, it all makes sense.
Exactly. It's like she would have been perfect for the show.
First, I thought you were talking about Lisa Ann.
No, she was involved with the show, got sideways with Iggy, and that ended the relationship with the show. That's how that one played out. I can do all these if you want from the last couple decades.
This show is the male version of The View, and I don't think it's a compliment because his previous text says, talk sports. Right before that, for God's sakes, talk sports.
Like, let's say I create a game.
8:03, talk sports.
Players tonight in the major leagues.
Says I'm missing
and
Randy.
If your 5 players, based on numeric totals,
sir. Thank you, Doug.
have
Stepson,
better
for your
offensive
support.
numbers for the night.
Hey, Tim, you know what you got to do sometime? You guys, sometime in your life, my buddy used to, he created the software and helped run a gym where when people swipe their cards or buy a nutrition bar, he gets all that information.
Oh, wow. He created that software?
Yeah, and sold it.
Well, he must be sitting somewhere in South Florida.
Yeah. He's paying for his grandkids' college tuition later. No. So
for their Montessori.
They also had the, this is going way back, but the voicemail for when people who went to the gym and their cards were charged each month, and if they were wrongly charged or they quit and they were still getting charged, he had the voicemail of where those people called in. So we would load up on like a 12-pack or 15 a natty or something and just sit by this phone and hit play and listen to these messages.
Were they angry as hornets?
Oh, yeah. I canceled 2 months ago. If you guys take $39 out of my account one more time.
Trying to get out of a gym membership is one of the hardest tasks known to man. They make it hard to get out of those things.
I love JR. That's from the South City Implant. Talk ass. That's from Chairman Steve in Des Moines.
When is it okay to kiss a guy?
And then Jugs in D.C. Says all these people who send in the talk sports texts live on the Hoosier side of both rivers. That's from Jugs in D.C. And I think he might have actually done some research. You can talk it over in the Form Energy YouTube chat. That is where you can get involved. Jeremy Rutherford is in studio here in the 8 o'clock hour. JR, what are the people hitting you up with when you do your mailbags or in your Twitter tweet mentions? What are they asking about the most?
Yeah, I think, we're going to do a mailbag here probably in about a week.
I like the mailbag.
Lately, it's been just, what do you think about McTavish? And can he help this team? Is a situation where if he couldn't play for Quinville, can he play for anybody? Can Jim Montgomery get the most out of him? I think a lot of questions about McTavish. And then just, are the Blues done, I think, is the biggest question. And I think the most part, you listen to Alexander Steen, he said we like our team, but, GMs tend to say that in early, mid-July, and then some things happen later in the offseason, so we'll see what happens. But, I think the Blues got to like their roster and like a couple of the players that they brought in.
Seems like the new assistant Cronin, they must have leaned on him because you got 2 Ducks coming over here, right? It's funny how that works. You hire this new assistant. He was with the Ducks, and then 2 of your acquisitions are from Anaheim.
Yep. And I get a story, I think tomorrow maybe it runs, where we talked to, we had a guy in Minnesota because Greg Cronin was the coach of the Iowa Wild, and that's the Minnesota Wild's top minor league team this past year.
You don't have to tell us that.
Yeah, and so...
That was for Jackson, who's streaming from Silver Dollar City.
Do you guys want to go through Fenwick, too? And
Fenwick, and that's the offensive zone rating?
And so he talked to Cronin, and Cronin had some good things to say about Craig McTavish. Also, I know BK and Ferrario had Craig Johnson. He was an assistant coach with the Anaheim Ducks for a couple of years. He had McTavish. I also talked to him, and that's going to be part of the story tomorrow, talking about the newest Blue.
I heard you with BK and Ferrario, and there is a great debate. I was very intrigued at this conversation yesterday because I texted some Blues folks the other day because Alexander Steen is on our screen, and we always put what we call the chyron, his name, and after a while it does seem stupid. Like when LaRussa would pop up, do we really need to type Cardinals manager, Doug Armstrong? It doesn't fit anyway, hockey operations GM. But is it Alex or Alexander? And there seems to be no clear answer.
Tim, I don't know if you caught this, but so he was Alex Steen for a while, right?
Yes.
Playing here in St. Louis. And I think Chris Kerber went up to him towards the end of his playing career and said, "Do you like Alex or Alexander?" He said, "You know what? Now that you say that, Alexander. Let's go Alexander." So we did every time I wrote his name. And then when he became GM, we asked PR, are we going Alex or are we going Alexander? And they said Alexander. So, but he told BK and Ferrario, let's go with Alex. So.
Oh, wow.
And I've been told both by different people with the organization.
You know what that means? We can't go wrong, but also we won't be right in the text inbox. And that's a great place to be.
Like Rick Ankiel was always Rick Ankiel. And there was about a year, do you remember that? He changed it to Dick Ankiel. He actually went, and I remember Brian Barr took it back this up, longtime Cardinals PR director, called the show. Frank and I were doing it together. And during the break, he said, "Hey, guys, Rick, just so you know, he's going by Dick Ankiel." And I said, "Oh, not a problem." we immediately started calling him that.
So what are we going to go with? Let's go with Alex.
You want to go with Alex? Makes it easier. Saves a couple syllables. Saves a couple syllables.
Yeah, Alex is easier to type, and I want to, I don't get paid by the letter. So,
All Green Al is mad. Why are we talking about Craig McTavish, JR? That's from All Green Al.
Well, he missed the headline. It's Mason McTavish, not related. No A in his name.
They don't know what to say. All Green Al. We're talking about Mason McTavish, but maybe you misspoke.
Oh, did I say Craig?
I think that may have happened, and that is.
So, yeah.
I think
but
that it
isn't
may
there a
have
thing
been
in radio where you don't correct person on the air?
Well, here's what you do. If you're right, you talk about it forever, and if you're wrong, you act like it didn't happen. That also is part of the business
How
model.
about I'm the one who got it wrong and then I snap back at the guy?
That's the trolls. That's also part of the business model. You can email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design, air, heating, and cooling. Email the day, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. That is how you can email into this presentation and support the sponsors. That is why this program is celebrating its 22nd birthday here. The audience supporting the sponsors, that's the name of the game. And James Carlton has been with this show now for a number of years, and I've been with James Carlton for a number of years, and a bunch of people now here at 101 ESPN are also working with James Carlton. Jamie Rivers, he started that trend when he switched to James Carlton and then came in and could not believe the amount of money switching to James Carlton saved him. 314-961-4800 or go online at carltoninsurance.net. That's how you can work with the great James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency, my insurance agent going back to 2019, and he can be yours as well. Plus, you'll be working with his incredible team helping you with customer service and saving you money. It's James Carlton. 8 o'clock hours brought to you by Fisher Window and Door Store. Tim McKernan, Jeremy Rutherford, Martin Kilcoyne, Chairman Kurt with you on the program as Doug Vaughn is on vacation this week, and little Jackie Papers, who will be on vacation tomorrow, is ill today, which automatically allows for accusations of him faking today to extend his vacation that starts tomorrow, and it's unfortunate. It's really unfortunate, and JR started it too by saying he's in Branson.
We're going to need a note from the doctor.
No, that's unfortunate. That's what we got going on here. It's the morning after 101 ESPN.
Respect, bend the knee, kiss the ring. I remember when they said trade him away. But now look at our boy, I think 80 and play. Do a little yard work, make it rain on the pin. Come back tomorrow night and do it all over again. That summer we thought you could never replicate, but number 18 got me thinking this is summer 98. Down the left field line, is it enough? Gone, there it is, 62. Touch first mark. You are the new single season home run king. Got me feeling like it's summer 98.
That's the first time I've heard that bridge. It was this gentleman giving Joe Buck's call of the Mark McGwire 60-second home run.
Meta.
I like that play. Summer 98, Martin.
Feels like yesterday. Tommy Lampkin,
Pat Kelly,
part of the McGuire crew.
I remember that year. I would have been 13. Got some free straight A tickets through school. And my dad and I sat...
humble brag. See, Tim, he didn't say he got tickets. He got free ones because he got straight A's. That was before your Seckman, Mount Rushmore years.
Yeah, this was at Merrimack Heights Elementary. And my dad and I sat down and looked at the schedule, kind of trying to map out where we thought Big Mac might do it. And it landed on 9-8-98 against the Cubs.
You handicapped that?
I mean, I might have had a couple of sets, so I think we picked a couple games. But, yeah, those were free tickets, and we just happened to pick the right one.
Well done. Yeah. Tip of the cap.
Steve Traxel.
Traxel, the Cubs, yeah. Speaking of the Cardinals, we had an in-depth Cardinal conversation in our Healthcare Revolution 7 o'clock hour. You can always go back and podcast via the TMA STL YouTube channel as rewatch, or the TMA STL app, the 101 ESPN app. Download both of them, and it's brought to you by Schaefer Door Company. The Cardinals, just because they've lost the first 3 games of this series with the Brewers, it doesn't mean it's going to get any easier. As a matter of fact, I would tell you that the best pitcher who you may not have heard of is going tonight for Milwaukee, and the Brewers are almost minus 150 to win the game tonight. That's Kyle Harrison. This guy he's been incredible for the Brewers, and he's coming off of an outlier of an appearance in which he threw 2 2/3 and allowed 3 earned runs. But for the most part, this guy has been dominant in his starts this year. Just doesn't get the attention because he doesn't throw it at the speeds that the Miz does, but he is one of the biggest reasons the Brewers are on pace for a 100-win season. Plenty of people around the game talk about the Miz. Kyle Harrison is a guy who has flown under the radar relative to what he has delivered this year. He's on the mound for Milwaukee tonight. Mike McGreevy for the Cardinals.
McGreevy, after getting a week off last Wednesday in Atlanta, 6 innings, 2 runs. Start before that for McGreevy, who's going against Harrison. 6 innings, no runs. There's been a lot of his starts. He got blown up a little bit at the Kansas City game. Before that, though, 6 innings, 2 runs, 6 innings, 2 runs, 6 innings, 2 runs. That's sort of his model. But they pushed him back not 1 day, but 2 days. And again, don't know. We were all kind of frustrated, I think, looking at the doubleheader, the matchups, and saying, wait a minute, hold on. Matt Swanson is starting against The Miz, Hunter Dobbins in the second game, and you're trying to run down the Brewers, which in theory you're not. But I'm saying some fans were just looking at that a little bit alarmed. But Ali Marmol has talked about how they're short in the pen. Soriano and Romero needed an extra day, which meant Sunday, Monday, unavailable. But it appears, even with the starting pitchers, he said we're trying to honor their requests. So with McGreevy and Palante, have they gone to the team and said, hey, I'm a little sore, don't quite know, but they pushed McGreevy back a full week. And I guess that means it'll be his final start, right? Because the All-Star break.
Yep, that's correct.
So that means he gets a nice little break after pitching tonight, but boy, they could use somebody going deep. And I don't think there's an answer when it is the 5th, the 6th, the 7th. Stanek, it gets emotional talking about Ryan Stanek, but he's had some problems. Fernandez has had some problems. Swanson's had some problems. Tell me a guy that you want to see when you need a big out in the 6th or 7th inning. And there really is no. And the Justin Brule, I guess he pitches every day, by the way.
Yeah, he is. He's on the Matt Bowman plan.
He pitches every single day. Who's the other guy? Kevin Seagrass, guys who just you look up in the game. Oh, wow, he pitched last night.
Yep.
I guess if you're a manager, you're like, I don't want to blow your arm out, but thank God I got somebody who's available.
Yeah,
most nights.
Brule is emerging as that guy. For the record, also, I don't know. I mean, again, you have to be paying attention closely to this stuff, and I understand most people don't do this. But Zach Wheeler went out and had a nice little clinic last night for the Phillies, and absolutely dominated in his start. And I saw him on the post game on the Phillies broadcast, and he was asked whether or not he was motivated by the fact that he was left off the All-Star team. And he said, yeah, absolutely, I was. So I was fired up to take the ball tonight. What did he do? 7 innings, 14 strikeouts, and only allowed a run in those 7 innings while just carving up the Reds in the Phillies win. And he also said one of the problems with these all-star teams is that every team, and we've talked about this before, every team has to have representation. And so Wheeler is on the outside looking in since the Phillies have multiple all-stars. But he was fired up. Well, if you are looking for another pitcher who has the stuff and the numbers, who just found out they're not going to be on the all-star team and their fan base is raging, that pitcher is Kyle Harrison of the Milwaukee Brewers, who will take the ball for the first time since finding out that he's not on the all-star team tonight against the Cardinals. So if he follows the Zach Wheeler model last night in Cincinnati where he carved up the Reds, Kyle Harrison will have a burr in his saddle and be coming to try to make a point against the Cardinals tonight. That might help explain why the Cardinals have one of their more consistent pitchers on the mound and are still significant underdogs against the Brewers to stop this losing streak.
So he'll be a little added fuel, perhaps.
Zach Wheeler flat out said on the post game. Kind of a surprise for a guy who's been around and is successful.
But maybe because it's in Philly as well, even more so the All-Star game, that it hurts a little more to not be in that game. So, and Kyle Harrison having a monster year, doesn't have the name recognition, which sometimes. And I guess I'm not sure where I am on the every team gets a representative because. And I love Paul DeYoung, but there were at least one year he was on. I'm like, oh, my gosh. Just look at the stats. It almost – you don't feel right as a fan of the Cardinals. That's the representative. I don't think you need to have one.
I agree with you.
If nobody's
I'm
worthy.
just always operating on the most deserving. But you get into a subjective conversation with regard to most deserving. But, yes, at the same time, looking at it through the eyes of what it was like when I was a kid, unfortunately, I grew up in the 80s where we had, you knew you were going to have Ozzie Smith. But if you want to pivot to what it was like when it was a down year for the Cardinals, and there might have been times where Ozzie Smith was the only Cardinal All-Star, that's what I tuned in for. So, but I don't know how much that matters in 2026 because the All-Star game of the 1980s lost its significance significantly, I think in part when interleague play rolled around, certainly free agency. Because for me, it was like, oh, man, this is cool. We're going to get to see, take your pick of whatever American League player that you never get a chance to see. And now it's like, okay, it's not a really big deal. And if anything, the bigger players usually go, I wouldn't mind taking this one off and, skipping so I can go vacation in the Hamptons with Jackson. Yeah, Zach Wheeler called it BS. He said, I felt like that was a reminder, Wheeler said, for whoever needs to be reminded. It pisses me off. It's kind of BS. Maybe if I wasn't necessarily right in the All-Star mix, I wouldn't be saying this, but I feel like I've earned it. So that's Zach Wheeler following 14 strikeouts last night in Cincinnati. Whew. Man, was he on a
So this is when papers would issue a be careful when you see Kyle Harrison on the mound for the Brewers tonight. By the way, the Cardinals are 1-7 against Milwaukee this year.
Oh.
And that's after winning the first one against them this season. So I do think as many different labs as they have now in baseball, and Heim Bloom has helped redo things at the minor league level, the spring training complex. where they do deep dives and they study everything, tendencies on a 3-2 pitch, whatever. Somebody needs to do a deep dive into Milwaukee and what the hell they've figured out up there, because you look at their lineup most years, and it's not filled with all-star players, but they also just kind of get guys at the right time. When they got Andrew Vaughn, turned out to be the right piece that they got him last year, the year before from the Sox, when they signed Willie Adames, traded, whatever. They pick up guys at the right, and this Bowers he's been all over the league. There's something they're doing scouting-wise. Maybe it's their professional scouts that know when to grab another guy who's already in the league. But there's something. I mean, if you just looked at the Brewers' roster in February, you wouldn't say, oh, boy, they're going to be 25 games, whatever, over by the All-Star break. It's unbelievable.
Well, this is what they've done, and they've got a bit of the Tampa Bay Rays of the National League going on, both with the combination of you sit there and go, how are they doing it? And now it's a totally different group because Burns, Peralta, if you want to go back a few years, which really tilted the team at the time, the Hader trade that opened up the door for the Cardinals in 2022, it's new faces, new names, and still the same result. But that same result is we'll get to the postseason. We just won't do anything in it. They still have only been to one World Series. We know about that one around here in 1982. But they've been to the postseason in the last decade in 18, 19, 20, 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024, and 2025. But they have one World Series appearance. And I even talk about one World Championship. So it's there. The model is there. But similar to the Rays, they're always there, it seems like. But when it gets down to it, they don't get over the top. Tampa's been in 2 World Series, Martin, if I'm not mistaken, if I'm going Phillies
Were they
and
back-to-back?
Rays.
8-9? Yankees?
No, that was the Yankees and Phillies.
Phillies.
And then they were in the COVID World Series.
Oh, that's right. The Randy Arozarena year.
That's exactly right.
But maybe it's the Brewers are built for the long haul. Like they put together a solid roster that can win series after series, but it's not star power enough to win a short series. That might be what they've done, and they don't have the big-time stars. So maybe their model is to put together a winning club, which they've done, but they're 1-7 in their last 8 October series. And I think the fans up there will tell you that, too. They love the team, but they don't expect anything in October.
And oftentimes the series are not particularly close when they get eliminated as well, as we saw in the NLCS. So along those lines, this team is surprisingly / quietly, although now I feel like there's a little bit more noise, specifically around St. Louis about it, but I think also around baseball because of the attention of The Miz with what the Brewers are and what they're doing. And I'm sure they would love to have an opportunity to go heads up with the Dodgers in the NLCS. Your thoughts are welcome. 314-399-9646. That is how you can text into the program. You can talk it over in the Form Energy YouTube chat. You can also email into the program, 4-hour design, air, heating, and cooling email today, coming up on the Polos Plus dossier at approximately 9:45. Polos Plus is online at polosplus.com, and I'm wearing a Polos Plus hat right now. Martin, any pun?
I got a Polos Plus fleece.
There you go. Oh, yeah, there it is.
This is my Mr. Rogers sweater that I have handy every day if it's a little
That's what I do as well. I keep this hoodie in the TMA studio, and after the first segment today, I said, I got to bundle up.
A little brisk in the studio. Guys, I don't know, and I know we're in the middle of a little conversation, but is it weird that in the Cardinal clubhouse on Monday, McGreevy's running around, and I wanted to just kind of...
Was he wearing the Navy caps on the road
shirt? He was
shirt?
wearing a blue T-shirt. I didn't talk to him. Is it weird, though? I kind of leaned over. I was just trying to get a peek to see if he was, in fact...
Navy caps on the road?
Wearing the Navy caps on the road T-shirt. He was not. But is that weird that I'm like... Oh, PR could have said, Martin, are you looking for McGreevy? I'm like, no, I just want to see what he's wearing.
Yeah, I just want to see what he's wearing. What's wrong with that?
Is
I
that
just
weird?
like to check guys out in the locker room. What is that, a problem?
Just want to see if he's supporting the cause.
You can get a Navy Caps on the Road t-shirt at polosplus.com. When you go to polosplus.com, there is a TMA tab up there, and that's where you can get hats like this. They have white hats and Navy hats, rope hats, and trucker hats. Take your pick. Stepdad hats. All of them are there. In addition to polos and hoodies, it's polosplus.com. And if you have a company, if you have a school, if you have a neighborhood event, and you are looking to get your logo on high-quality merchandise. I mean, this stuff is the best. I've been really enjoyed working with Andrew Hubbard and Corey Lawson and the team at Polos Plus. Go to polosplus.com, and you can talk it over with Andrew Hubbard at Polos Plus. The program's called TMA. It's presented by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN. On the biggest stage in the world, FanDuel is changing the game because sometimes your player gets subbed off and your bet goes with them. Well, not anymore with FanDuel's Super Sub. If your player is subbed out, your bet stays in. That's right. If your player leaves the match, your bet continues on with the substitute. So you're still in it until the final whistle. Visit FanDuel.com/local to get started now. That's FanDuel. And Martin, you've got a play for us.
Yeah, we've got McGreevy and Harrison tonight. I like Mike McGreevy, friend of the show, to pitch a solid game, but I'm concerned we'll see something similar. Get into that 6th, 7th, 8th. The over-under's also 8. I'm going to take the Brewers and the over.
Going Brewers and over. Wow.
And I just think the bullpen issue is, sorry. Brewers and the over.
There it is. Hey, your play is what your play is. No problem with that. Visit FanDuel.com/local. To get started now, let there be goals this summer on FanDuel. Must be 21 or older and present. Missouri. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is Chairman Kurt with another SportsCenter update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. Lionel Messi and Argentina rallied from a late 2-goal deficit yesterday to beat Egypt 3-2 in the World Cup. They advanced to play Switzerland in the quarterfinals. That'll be Saturday night at Arrowhead Stadium in Kansas City. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. You'll be saying, I love my windows.
Welcome back to the Morning After 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies, sponsor of the 9 o'clock hour here on the Morning After. We'll have the Polos Plus dossier with the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day coming up at about 9:45 here on the program, which is sponsored by Brown and Crouppen. Brown and Crouppen is online at getbc.com, just like TMA. Founded here in St. Louis, and they go back to 1979. Brown and Crouppen is local through and through. With new office building on the hill, Brown and Crouppen's local. And don't you want a local law firm if you are in need of an attorney? They know the local legal environment. They know how to take the best care of you, their client. 314-222-2222 or go online at getbc.com. Longtime presenting sponsor of the Morning After, Brown and Crouppen, online at getbc.com. Remember, the choice of an attorney is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements. We got a weird story from the World Cup that just has been reported in the last 12 hours or so. 2 staff members of the U.S. team were suspended by FIFA from Monday's round of 16 game against Belgium. FIFA did not explain, because that's kind of the brand, FIFA did not explain why it imposed the discipline on team manager Sam Zapatka and U.S. Soccer Federation VP of Security Frank Pennell. A source told ESPN's Jeff Carlisle that the offense related to the round of 32 win over Bosnia-Herzegovina and involved the mishandling of FIFA match protocols and people being in designated areas where they were not allowed. No physical alteration took place, but they were suspended from being on the field during the loss to Belgium. And perhaps, Martin, that explains the 4-1 loss.
It sure sounds like a couple of longtime staffers were mad as hell about the red card, and perhaps this is just a guess, a theory, that they verbally assaulted the officials or the VAR folks or whatever it happens to be. Clearly probably snapped a little bit. And FIFA not providing any clarity, becoming a theme for, I don't know, I guess decades now. It is frustrating, right? I mean, how hard would it be to have a press release that said their behavior was not acceptable, whatever it is? But the FIFA brand, you get, I mean, it's so bizarre. Like behind the curtain, they just can't possibly explain what takes place. By the way, Argentina, how about that match? We have had so many of these now that you could say, oh, that was the game of the tournament. That Mexico-England game Sunday night, and then now Argentina.
Argentina and Cape Verde, and now
Kicks,
Argentina and Egypt.
And Egypt hopping mad that they didn't get a call in the box. Player goes down. Could have been a penalty kick. And instead it goes the other way. Argentina gets the go-ahead and winning goal. It's amazing how many of the games have been decided by calls, non-calls, VAR review. That's the one thing. The tournament's been great. It's been fun to watch, and the TV portion, I mean, people are just locked on it.
What were the numbers for the two Fox? Do you have those numbers for the two Fox?
You know, that's a great question, and I'm going to email here. We used to get the overnights the next day, and I don't know how it works, but now I'll get the overnights, but they're from 2 days prior, which doesn't really help. So maybe today's overnights would be from Monday. I saw the national number, though, was in the 30s, which I thought was low.
But they were saying Richard Deitch of The Athletic reported that the number was 33 million for the game against Bosnia-Herzegovina. So therefore, it would really surprise me if the number was in the 30s for the game against Belgium. But I mean, it's still a huge number, but I have no idea why it wouldn't increase. I thought it was also Deitch who said he thought it was going to be around 50. So I don't know.
That sounded really high. But so when this is from Fox Sports PR. yesterday. And because I remembered that number 2 that we had talked about on the show, that the Bosnia game last Wednesday was like 33 million. So this surprised me when Fox Sports PR on Tuesday said Fox Sports brings home 30 million viewers for the Belgium game, the Monday night game in Seattle, the elimination game, and said 30 million viewers, most watched soccer telecast in U.S. history. So that doesn't jive with the number that Richard Deitch was putting out the week before. Now, they said they'll roll in, I think, the Spanish numbers as well, but it peaked, the Monday game, U.S. versus Belgium, peaked at close to 37 million viewers, which is massive. But again, we were kind of guessing, would it get to 40?
Well, he was reporting that the expectation was 44 million, but he thought it was going to get to 50 million. I have no idea on number. You could tell me the Super Bowl gets 1 billion people, and I go, oh, really? I have no idea on these numbers. But yeah, then that means one of the numbers is incorrect.
That must have been, the Bosnian number must not have been correct, because Fox Sports PR,
they're going to have the right number.
They're putting this out consistently because they're excited about it. Said that game against Belgium brought home 30 million viewers, most watched soccer telecast in U.S. history.
Speaking of that Egypt game, the head coach of Egypt said his team was the victim of an injustice in their loss, and we're getting a number of people texting in about that as well. Argentina was down 2-0, and it looked like that thing was going to be over, and then it was a non-stop attack to come back. I happened to be watching that yesterday morning / afternoon, but Egypt's biggest issue was not the play that you made reference to, where there was a takedown and then that led to what was the game-winning goal. There was a goal disallowed following a VAR review and then subsequent failure to check on an apparent foul in the immediate build-up for that game winner that you made reference to. Hassan said Egypt were beaten by, quote, external factors as well as events on the pitch. Quote, we looked better than the reigning champions, better in everything, but the result was influenced by internal factors on the pitch and external factors off it. Perhaps they wanted to keep the world champion in the competition. Perhaps they wanted Messi to stay in the running. In football, there are sometimes external factors that go beyond the technical aspects. The world champion received support at every level. So that is the Egyptian head coach making reference to something that, while I'm sure for those of you just listening to it that you go, okay, that's sour grapes. You had a 2-0 lead in the 78th minute, and then you wound up losing it and didn't even get to extra time. You lost it with 3 goals in the final 18 minutes of the game. But a number of people who were watching that game who would not by any means be Egypt fans were thinking that there was some BS, that game should have been 3-0 before Argentina even got their first goal. And I was talking about some of the group texts I'm in, and one of them were freaking out after the Egyptian goal was not allowed that would have made it 3-0, never thinking that it was going to matter. And then sure enough, then Argentina comes down the field and they score, and then just minutes later score again. To make it 2-2. Building is going bat crap, and then before the game even can get to extra time, they score the third goal to complete the comeback.
It's hard not to feel that way if you're Egypt and Argentina with their brand and with Messi on the other side. It's hard not to feel that way, that there's a little bit of if there's not a scripted or a edict to help them, that if it's not just even kind of a vibe or a feel like, oh, well, we got to get Messi through. Like, if I were Egypt, I would probably be thinking the same thing.
Sure, and around the world, they were thinking they wanted to get the United States through. So it's understood. You know, I mean, that's where it comes from.
And FIFA's resume allows for some wide speculation on all of this.
The referee for the match was Francois Letessier from France.
Hack.
And Hassan and Egypt had objected to him being the official before the match. The coach was further upset that the video assistant referee did not feel a need for Letessier to review the apparent McAllister foul. Quote, there seemed to be pressures from the Argentina side on this outcome. We were objecting to the selection of the referee because of the French situation. Argentina beat France in the 2022 World Cup final, but everybody has to suffer at some point, and we suffered. We haven't seen respect on fair play. A penalty was ruled out, and that was an alleged foul on Mo Salah, their star. It was not even checked by the VAR, and our second goal was remarkably, for whatever reason, disallowed. If you want to put it in beautiful words and say hard luck, but we have been treated unfairly, and it has been, and injustice. Hassan was involved in a verbal confrontation with the official at the end of the game, and he said he accused the official of having something to hide. What I told the referee was, this is unfair. I said, maybe he is carrying a scar or has something to hide. If somebody is trying to hide something, they often fail to hide it. So that is the accusation coming from the head coach of Egypt, who had a 2-0 lead that really could have been 3-0, and then they allowed 3 goals in the final 18 minutes of play. 9:30 in St. Louis. Time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers, an officially licensed Rolex jeweler. Tim McKernan and Martin Kilcoyne with you as Doug Vaughn is on vacation. Chairman Kurt is on the ones and twos as Jackson Burkett is ill. And then Papers is vacationing tomorrow. Cam Jansen is going to be in studio with us on Thursday and Friday here on this program. Always enjoy when Cam's in. JR was in the 8 o'clock hour, brought to you by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies. 100 West Dental is a longtime sponsor of TMA, and we ask that you support the sponsors. And 100 West Dental is online at 100westdental.com. They're located on Manchester, and they are in Baldwin. That's Dr. Brandon Pryor and 100 West Dental. He can also help you get your sleep back. Yeah, he's not just a dentist here. He treats sleep apnea with custom oral appliances, an alternative to a CPAP, so no mask, no machine for the right candidates. If you think you might have a sleep issue or you've already been diagnosed, what they're going to do at 100 West Dental is a complimentary consultation to see if it's a fit. At least go get checked, because bad sleep catches up with you. I have been there. It's brutal. To get it fixed, it's a life changer. Go to 100westdental.com to go see Dr. Pryor. The offices on Manchester in Baldwin, 100westdental.com. The program's called The Morning After. It's presented by Brown and Crouppen from the Stiefel Studios on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
the show. Tuesday night, get loose, 5 strong, no decision, getting paid.
What is Papers hungover? Some Pele Blanco. Why would Papers be? Did he have an event last night? I don't think so.
He's going on vacation. Kind of convenient.
And Jeremy Rutherford reporting a sighting of him in Branson. So, you have to allow Jackson to refute the report. And we are still waiting for it. But I think as I do from one of my burner accounts on Twitter, I tweeted his silence is deafening.
Did Mozeliak admit that he had a Twitter account?
That's correct. He had a burner.
That it was
but it wasn't
just
done
to monitor things?
It wasn't done to like Kevin Durant it. It was done to monitor things.
Like he wasn't chiming in. And actually, if I were a baseball executive, I don't think it would be the worst thing to just see what people are saying, just to kind of, because you don't want to be totally out of touch. If you're in that building all day just talking to your colleagues and you have no clue how you're perceived, or at least you have somebody on the staff do it, special projects, somebody just kind of keep an eye on things, probably not the worst idea. Now, if you're in there, wasn't it the 76ers GM who was in there like defending all the moves they made and eventually caught up to him? Remember that?
There was somebody who I recall that happening. Yes, I don't know if it was the Sixers GM.
But he had a history of like in there, like advocating everything they did made sense.
Is that Brian Colangelo?
I think so.
Yeah,
because his dad was Jerry Colangelo.
There's a story from 2018 that the headline is 76ers GM quits after claims he used fake Twitter accounts to attack his own players.
Oh, attacking his own players, yeah. That's a whole nother level right there.
Tim has a burner and he rips you from time to time.
Yeah. No, it's not necessarily ripping Martin so much. Man, I really love Tim. And if you look at my history on my burner, that's essentially it's actually scheduled tweets.
The account follows
I'm
one
going to
person.
open one just
Tim.
called Timmy's dad. Show today lacked a little bit. And like, but Tim was on vacation. Fair enough. But it just was something about it. Just wasn't quite the same.
Couldn't they just get Wellington to do it for you? What does that mean? Couldn't they just get Wellington to do it for you? I don't know what that means.
Well, now he is a fill-in host.
Oh, maybe it's in reference
to... my husband listens.
That's not what I thought it was going to be. Sorry, we bailed.
That's all right.
That he's a big supporter of Tony Vitello on Twitter. Maybe that's in reference?
That's kind of what I was thinking.
Oh, okay.
He gets a little
fancy. You think Tony
fancy.
Vitello's like putting Wellington up to do it?
No, but I think our buddy Welly gets a little fired up if people attack his buddy.
Yeah.
He gets a little sideways with those Giants fans.
And reporters.
Yeah, I think it's a tough spot when you're like a close friend of somebody and then you're probably privy to information that the public doesn't know, but then you can't share said information.
You're probably better not to look.
That's exactly right. It's one of those things. I'm telling you, this is going back to when we were doing the show together at the very beginning in 2004. I remember saying, I probably said it on the air, when guys, Pinkel, I remember said, I don't look at that stuff. I know La Russa said he didn't, but then if Joe Patini borrowed his car, he would say that the station was on. So that was a little suspicious, that one. But I think there certainly are some coaches and some players who look at it. But in 2026, and I'm talking about college football, college basketball, and then the 4 major North American sports leagues, I would tell you that I believe the coaches, and there are more coaches and players who don't look than who do. I truly believe that. I think it's because I think it's become so detrimental to mental health that after a while you just go, I'm out. It doesn't matter. Don't get me wrong. That doesn't mean everyone, but I'm saying I think it's a different deal than say like 40 years ago when you would read like a letter to the editor or listen to sports talk radio in its infancy. I think now it's just kind of like understood. Yeah, it's just poison, and there's zero upside, so why even mess with it?
I think what did the Greg Lansky tweet say?
Yep, you got to go look for Lansky.
I think Brian Hoffman, Frank's longtime producer back in the 590 days, he was on there a lot. He would like get into it with Cardinal fans and debate and go back and
he was a great Twitter fellow.
But he would get angry at the Cardinals, and he said he got off of there, and he said, I'm just much happier just not being on there, doing it.
It's one of my favorite things about college football coaches. One coach very much looks at it and is active. Hypothetically, he's in Louisiana. Others don't, but have people on the staff who inform them of what's being said. That's from Al in Dadeville. I would be surprised, if we're going to talk SEC about it, I'd be shocked if Kirby Smart had somebody who is informing him of it. Not saying that that's what Alan Dadeville is saying. Alan Dadeville loves the Georgia Bulldogs. I think Eli Drinkwitz absolutely pays attention to it.
In fact, he's been active on there.
He's been active, like going after Brendan Schaefer, right?
And I think after his first year even, he said, so-and-so picked us to win 6 or 7, whatever it was. He said basically, I'm keeping receipts. Now, I'm hoping over the years you get less and less likely to do that as you're more established.
Did he go after the student reporter that picked KU?
That is correct.
KU,
I think, but that was not on social. The reporter picked it perhaps on social media or maybe on the local TV shows, but he called it out in the press conference, I believe, or referenced it, poked fun.
Yeah, I mean, he wasn't going after.
Right.
I know you weren't saying he wasn't.
He poked some fun. He had some fun.
It was certainly loose. But, last year, and I need to talk, because for real, Gabe, number one, I know Gabe just because we were in school together, but he is one of my favorite people. I love just the way he covers the team. It's no BS. He really doesn't care if he doesn't. I think so much of sports, if you want to call it journalism, I don't know what I would call it. I wouldn't call it journalism anyway. In 2026 is, I got to give the people what they want. And I understand that because that, in a way, is the business model. And therefore, honest assessments take a back seat to going, okay, I'm in St. Louis. I got to tell everybody everything's great. And Gabe covers Missouri with it. Hey, here's the deal. You don't like it, but this is what I think. I also would acknowledge that if the team does well, it's good for business, but that doesn't change what I think is going on. But I think, and Gabe and I never discussed it, he was like, the stat that I pulled, which was just out of curiosity of Drinkwitz's numbers, but it was all SEC coaches' numbers against SEC teams that finished with a winning record over their tenure. And Drinkwitz's was only better than, I think, like a Mississippi State head coach, and it wasn't even the current one. And he said, well, that's a dumb stat. I think I could be off of it. Either way, I love the guy. We were texting yesterday. But I'm like, well, I think that's more objective. I don't think it's objective. It is an objective piece of data, whereas records against top 25 teams is based on a subjective ranking system that I think most of us agree is complete crap anyway. As we heard the lady who was voting in the top 25 explain her process last year, which clearly wasn't a process, and she just got caught not paying attention to the games. A top 25 ranking, like they'll come out here in the next few weeks. Hell, Gabe was talking about, I was listening to one of his podcasts about the SEC Media Days. Missouri will be picked. They're always picked in the same damn spot because people who go to SEC Media Days, especially in 2026, are fans. And they have like a blog or a podcast. It's not their main job for most of them. And so what do? Well, they pick their team. But then they also pick Georgia and Alabama and probably this year Ole Miss or LSU based on. And then people go, well, look at the rankings. The rankings aren't rooted in any objective data. I couldn't even tell you who the hell's on Missouri, much less who's on Mississippi State when they roll in there on September 26th. You form your opinion as you see the team. But by definition, guess who's going to be ranked in the top 10? You can already name them. But then as the season plays out, you get new information. Teams exceed expectations. Teams fall short of them. Teams deal with injuries. And so a ranking is subjective as hell, and therefore a team's ranking, a record against teams with rankings, becomes subjective. So I think what is a far more indicative indication of success is when the season is all said and done, and you get a chance to see how a team performed against a team that actually was successful against other teams in your conference. That's a hell of a lot better than a ranking. I mean, there have been times where Missouri was ranked and they shouldn't have been. And in 2007 and 2013, there were really low expectations relative to what they wound up being. and they exceeded those expectations. So therefore, they weren't ranked in September of 2007 or 2013, if I'm not mistaken. If they were just kind of in the back end. They certainly didn't get to the top 10, like where they finished, until the latter portions of the season. And furthermore, if two ranked teams play, and a ranked team, of course, then would lose, well, that team then goes down in the rankings, whereas another team could have played UAPB that week and they go up in the rankings. So it's an absurd system to actually judge a program's success. Take a look at the data after you see the season play out and who had a winning record and how did you perform against them. I think that's a greater point. The reason why I bring that up is the following week, that press conference, Drinkwitz cited, I understand there's some complaints about my wins against him. Just like all I did on a Sunday afternoon, speaking to my social life, is go through all of the programs and the coaches since Drinkwitz took over in 2020 and see how they had performed and how his record compared. Because my observation was Missouri's success was actually boosted in part by they've had a great run against, quote, the teams you're supposed to beat, but they haven't been able to beat the teams that are the big boys in that particular year. 2023, his best year. Well, they went up against Jaden Daniels and LSU and lost a game that they should have won, but they played a great game against Georgia, and they were right there to win that game, the number one team in the country and maybe the best team in the country that year, even though they didn't get into the college football playoff because it predated the expansion. And so with that established, it speaks to something that was just kind of a one-off thing that I built a spreadsheet on became a talking point. But then I became the enemy of some Missouri fans because I pointed it out. And I'm like, this isn't my opinion. These are just the record. You can be mad about it. I'm a Missouri guy. I'm living and dying with Missouri football. But I wanted to give you some data, and here it is. So if you're going to get mad at math, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, this is objective. This isn't a ranking. This is objective.
And if you're a coach, I would say you can be aware of a lot of that's out there, but maybe don't react to it. And especially if you point out when somebody picks against your team, for example, that's a dangerous game because then, okay, hey, coach, I picked you to beat Alabama. You just lost 40-0. Did you want to apologize to my bloggers, my viewers? That's the issue with reacting to whatever's posted on social media. I mean, as a coach, and this is where I would give Drinkwitz credit, I would say at times over the years, all right, just hopefully with the job comes maturity where you don't react to things that are on social media. But being a younger coach, I think it's beneficial at times because he'll use it. I think with kids recruiting, I think
it absolutely works. Kirby Smart he always is disrespected, and you're number one in the country, but he's always disrespected. Yeah. It works.
You can use it, but to also connect with the recruits and kind of, hey, it's a great platform to promote your brand. I just wouldn't pay a whole lot of attention to that. I mean, if you're making $10 million, I wouldn't worry a whole lot about what any critic is saying. Go out, try and win every game you can. Let your record speak for itself. So it can be it's a waste of time in terms of engaging in that and being upset. Even like, you're mad at Brendan Schaefer, I would probably say just pick up the phone and call him. And say, hey, you cover our team, and you're on the Twitter tweet saying I should be fired. That doesn't seem very professional. Why don't you come to the office?
Oh, is that what it was? That he was
something
pissed?
About you should be fired, or yeah.
Oh wow, I didn't know.
There was something along.
I thought it was something about picking it, but who knows? I don't.
No, I think it had something to do with you need to be fired, and if you're the coach, it would kind of piss you off. But I would say pick up the phone. And just call that person.
With regard to he was on, and I thought it was recent. I could be off the mark. I just happened to see it recently.
You were talking about the Drink and Schaefer interaction?
Their exchange.
Yeah, Schaefer's original tweet said, fire Drink, fire Kirby. I don't even care. They had 2 weeks, gang, 2 weeks. And Drink responded, maybe just stop tweeting during the game. You got no clue.
Okay. Which is not a horrible response if somebody, and I love Schaefer, he's probably hearing this or hearing about it. Because we gave him an assignment a couple weeks ago, remember?
I think it's about the Navy hats.
Yes, he was given an assignment on this show. If I'm Drinkwitz, that's not the worst response. But again, I think I would just pick up the phone and say, listen, or if they know each other, I guess.
Do you remember the game that happened?
It was probably one of the big games that there was a lot of hype. Was
that
it
home
A&M?
game against Oklahoma?
Oklahoma.
They won late. I think Theo might have had a big touchdown catch in the corner.
I think I went to that game.
Yeah, that was they had 3 thrilling home games that were escape acts: Vanderbilt, Auburn, and Oklahoma.
Was that Drew Pine working some magic that night?
Sounds right.
And But I mean, also they weren't really at that point playing for anything. But anyway, neither here nor there. But what I was bringing up is, and somebody might text in and go, dude, that podcast was from like 2 years ago. I just happened to see the clip, or it might have been, I think it was How Leaders Lead, I think was the name of the podcast. And I saw he was on it, and he was asked about his role and has he seen himself evolve as a coach. And so, yeah, the social media thing is a whatever. Some people handle it, obviously, Lane Kiffin differently than others, Kirby Smart. And then there are all points in between. But he cited, and I think he is, it's a self-evaluation, so nobody knows better than Eli Drinkwitz himself. But he cited how he arrived in Columbia, and he's like, my identity is my play calling. And then as time went on, I realized I was not doing my best job as a head coach because I was so focused on my identity as a play caller. And we got better when I delegated to bring in an offensive coordinator, which was one of the keys to the success of the team in 2023. And I think he is right on target with that. And I do think, Martin, you're right with regard to the disrespect thing that by no means, STP, something to prove. That is not unique to Missouri. That coaches, as I said earlier, Kirby Smart, the disrespect card, that'll motivate people. You give something. I was watching some of the coverage yesterday in the World Cup. Like all the United States did with that song and dance by getting politicians involved in the World Cup suspension was motivate a Belgium team that might have been, they were certainly fired up. But like, okay, now we've been wronged. Now we've been screwed around. And the United States, the host nation, is being favored by FIFA. Screw these guys. We're going to beat them, and we're going to beat them badly. So there's something to be said for motivation. Those of you who watched The Last Dance and Michael Jordan holding up the iPad, and you're going, yeah, George Karl disrespected me at a restaurant. You're going, what? Gary Payton, and he starts laughing. Isaiah Thomas, all of these enemies that he created. Well, whatever lit his fire, it becomes psychological gangsterism, and it works. So, hey, it's a tactic. Now picking on a guy, especially when it's like a student, whatever, to each their own. But I do agree with his assessment as far as a significant growth moment in his tenure at Missouri was when he delegated those responsibilities. And that certainly has played a role in the team having more success over the last 3 years than the first 3 years. Your thoughts are welcome. 314-399-9646. You can text in that way. Air Comfort Service text inbox. You can also talk about it in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, now Form Energy YouTube chat. And you can email in for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, which is coming up next on the Polos Plus dossier. This is the Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
One of the highlights over the 4th of July weekend for me was my niece flew up from Tampa. She came up to see everybody for the 4th of July. She'd been working down there for a couple of years, and she flew into Mid-America, St. Louis Airport, got a great deal on Allegiant flying direct, and she was bragging about how convenient it was. Love hearing that story. My wife and I did it for spring training, flew down to Fort Lauderdale. Folks are starting to figure it out. Want to get somewhere warm, somewhere fun, like Lauderdale, like Orlando, Tampa, Fort Myers, Las Vegas, planning a trip, want to go to Destin, Gulf Shores, you can get there real quick and easy at flying out of Mid-America St. Louis Airport. That website, I was getting ahead of myself, is flymidamerica.com. That's where you can book the flight. The convenience of Mid-America St. Louis Airport, it's unbelievable. You park in the lot in front, get through security, get to the gate. I experienced this myself. It's about 20 minutes from car to gate. That's unheard of. And again, great deals with Allegiant. Shop online at flymidamerica.com. Plan ahead. Take the whole family. You can save a ton. And instead of driving the kids 12 hours to Destin next time you're heading down there, think about a flight that's direct for about an hour and 15 minutes instead of that 12-hour drive, which is brutal. Get online at flymidamerica.com.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. Doug is in the Hamptons. Jackson is ill. Chairman Kurt is on the ones and twos. Chairman, how would you grade yourself here for today's performance?
I think B+ so far.
No?
Yeah.
I like that. Why wouldn't it be an A, though?
I didn't find the Roof Daddy clip fast enough.
Well, you're a hard judge. You're a hard judge of yourself, but nobody's a harder judge on themselves but themselves. Think about that.
Bobby Big Wheel says, hope Jackson's listening on his early drive to the lake. This is producing.
I've produced a lot today.
I got to tell you, Chairman Kurt has a passionate wing of supporters in the TMA audience.
I kind of
Well, you're one of
do you
them.
not feel it that way?
I liken it to what Jackson says about the drops. They don't want the drops. They want to complain about the drops.
Interesting. So hold on a second. They don't actually really want to hear the drops. They want to have something to complain about, and that's how they get their dopamine hit?
Yes, and I think
That's
there might be a sliver of people that appreciate me, but I think it's more about crapping on papers.
Wow.
So the compliment
I really want to workshop. Yeah, exactly.
It's really more about a negative. It's not really about the compliment. A lot of people did text in earlier that they were from your Merrimack Heights, or what was your middle school?
Merrimack Heights Elementary.
That they had gone to the same middle school, and a couple even said they went to the same game you went to.
I don't want to hype myself up too much here,
we
but
go.
I set the record at Merrimack Heights for the multiplication table. And in the same year, I won the spelling bee, geography bee, and the science fair.
Wow.
Maybe unrelated, 0 girlfriends, but academically quite strong.
Well, that's funny because Steve in Wildwood and now in DeMond earlier said straight A's at Seckman. Great job. You'll be the head of your class there, head of the local unions. Congratulations.
That is not going to play well.
But I'm also
not going to play well.
I'm also getting
all
caught up.
hell is about to break loose in the Air Comfort Service text inbox. Steve might want to have security at Sasha's tonight.
Steve also said, Martin, I'm out in West County. Give me your address. I need to go to the bathroom. So apparently
he's going to stop by?
Just wants to stop by to use the bathroom.
You can get involved in the Form Energy YouTube chat, and you can also text in 314-399-9646. Jackson is hiding from his bookie for losing his draw bet. That's the Hunchback of Vaughn Castle. During this program, when plays are made, I then just go ahead and open up the app and make the play. And then, like I said, I sometimes forget that I actually have money on a team. And so I remembered, oh, yeah, I've got this Egypt-Argentina game to finish in a draw because, yet again, Jackson was on that play. And so when Argentina scored the 2 goals, I was thrilled because they had tied the game, and I thought it was going to go to a draw. And they were a few minutes away. Well, not a draw, but extra time. And that's the bet, that it goes to extra time in the knockout
stage. As long as it ended in a tie.
Correct.
At the end of regulation,
Correct.
You were good.
That's it. And he's made that play, and I think he had converted 2 out of 3. Unfortunately, that one.
Is that why he's out, you think?
That's what the Hunchback of Vaughn Castle. Sharon Clayton says, all my chairman praise is simple, that love the dog daddy. I'm going to read it again because maybe it was a bad read. All my chairman praise is simple, that period, love the dog daddy, period.
No, it's a stupid question.
Okay.
Shout out, Sharon. What up, Sharon?
Was it Roof Daddy, maybe? No, it's hard.
Sharon and I, we do have our love for our canine friends in common.
Oh, okay.
And a loathing of children.
Loathing is so strong.
Did you take a day off for your dog's birthday or something? Remember, you threw a party, maybe?
I did throw a party. JR was invited because it was out in the Jeffco territories. He didn't show, though.
You're holding that against him.
I haven't forgotten.
Honey, I got to go. You've been covering the Blues for 8 months straight. It's a dog party.
Yeah. As much as I don't, the day that Tim's son was in here, he was a delight. So maybe I do like kids, or maybe it's just Tim's kids.
You're like Uncle Kurt, though. That you get to pass through.
Chairman Kurt sat at a Cardinal game in Jupiter with my entire family. And my wife's parents were there as well. You were just part of the family that day.
I did. I felt like a McKernan.
Yeah. Yeah.
Were you deputized just for the day?
We were just chopping it up down there, talking shop.
Yeah. I'm like, man, how good was my segment earlier today?
And Chairman, no, Tim, it was the best I've ever heard.
And I leaned over to the little one. I said, I hope you appreciate how wonderful your dad really is.
God.
See, there you go.
You know what, that gong? There's a box for the gong.
And the gong's gone.
And the box is empty. So I think Doug at Geneva may have the gong with him.
He took one of them down to the other studio. It doesn't quite sound the same, but I would have thought
it's a higher pitch and not as resonating.
I'm just glad Timmy found someone to watch the kids.
See, there you go. Sharon Clayton wants to clarify simply, my bad, and loathing isn't even close to what I feel about kids. Now, does that mean she dislikes them more or she dislikes them less?
That's a good question, isn't it?
Thank you.
Now, who is that? Do we know?
Go ahead.
Is it the guy in New York?
Don LaGreca?
Yes, that's the guy who also has this drop, which I can see the chairman is going to.
Is he about the great hair?
Yes, nicely done. Take a listen.
Keep vamping.
Oh, no. I got keep vamping. Now Chairman's going to downgrade his grade from B+. Now he's down to a B-. Now he's down to a B-. Well, that allows me to tell people about Lifetime Roofing while the Chairman finds Don LaGreca talking about his podcast numbers and great hair. Lifetime Roofing is the sponsor of the Lifetime Roofing Lead. LifetimeRoofingSTL.com. That's Dustin McClendon's business. He is the sponsor of the Lifetime Roofing Lead here on TMA every morning at 7 o'clock. Lifetime Roofing is a locally owned business. It's also a veteran-owned business. And when I say locally owned, they are literally only in the St. Louis area. They're not storm chasing. And so that means not only are they locally owned, they're locally accountable to you. So if you're in the market for a new roof, support the TMA roofing sponsor, Lifetime Roofing, STL.com, and ask about their literal lifetime warranty. It is award-winning at Lifetime Roofing. Lifetime Roofing, STL.com. Ladies and gentlemen, the great Don LaGreca.
I've got hair that people would die to have.
Okay. And that's on sports radio.
This is New York. This is long, so I'll just give you a little sampling.
Okay.
All right, let's go to Mike in Manalapan. What's up, Mike?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
What's up?
Not much. I was originally calling in to talk about the Michael and A-Rod thing, but then, Don, you made...
Oh, all right, that's bold. Go ahead.
And it actually proves why you two would fail if Michael wasn't part of the show.
Oh, no.
I mean, so, Don, if they had a guy batting 300 in his spot, they'd be 25 games up. That's how he's hurting him.
Oh, my God.
Is that, you think so?
So that's what you need to do. Well, stop with your Michael K. I'm on the air. I worked at the Fan before Michael K. I do Ranger games without Michael K. 16 years doing pre and post for the Jets. Guess what? No Michael K. I got a podcast that's in the top 50 in every country on the planet. No Michael K. I've got 2 kids. I've got a wife. 17 years. I'll be married to her in September. Guess what? No Michael K. I've got hair that people would die to have.
There was much more, actually.
I have to tell you, I might be the biggest Don LaGreca fan going now.
It says he's the play-by-play man for the Devils. Is that right? That can't be right.
I always am fascinated how Michael K. is the Yankees guy.
And as a talk show
and also
during the
has
day.
a talk show. That's so not the way media works in 2026.
But it might be the Yankee brand where they don't care if people are getting ripped
and
on.
I think that's great. I love that. I really do.
Ever have in your life 0 to do with Michael K.
And they
Now,
work.
Martin,
And they work for the same station.
I think he was on a show. I've been on the Michael K. show, but I didn't know I was talking to my new hero, Don LaGreca. How much of that is performative?
I guess most of it. But he did seem a little bit aggravated. So it's New York, so I can't tell for sure.
It's what I am and who I am. I can work with Michael K. I can work without Michael K. You better bring it.
Maybe exasperated and not angry, because the anger would seem
You ask
fake.
me questions, I answer them. I ask you questions, you say, Don. That's what Cuber was saying when I was tripping on meth in 84.
Okay, maybe performative.
Play it, Don. Kept looking behind me, thought something was going on. I hate you.
That was like the end of Hoosiers or Norman Dale. I love you guys. Don LaGreca wraps up his take by just saying, I hate you. Yep.
That's one way to
like
sign
that.
off.
I am taking notes. This is good. And if you are an earshot of me at Sasha's tonight, you might hear my rundown of things I do without Michael K. That's Chairman Steve in Des Moines, who holds court at the bar at Sasha's in Des Moines and counsels professional athletes on marriage. So you can catch that tonight, and you might hear him talk about his success without Michael K. We got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up next. TMA 101 ESPN.
This is Chairman Kurt with another SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The New York Yankees lost 6-4 to the Rays yesterday and became the first American League team in history to strike out 17 times in back-to-back 9-inning games. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
It's TMA 101 ESPN, and it's time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Day. Good morning, audio garbage men. Well, I won't be too much good to you today. Not only am I faking sick like Jackson and that greased-up sex kitten Doug is out, but I have to start off my morning by listening to Dollar General Colin Cowherd and Kmart Dan Lebitard crap all over the playoff chances of our town's home nine. The media in this town needs to be softer.
Needs to be softer.
But in all seriousness, not having Doug on the show is similar to Cletus not having his girdle on the golf course, Tim not being the greatest, or Iggy not having porn on the ready to show his friends and or mortified female coworkers. It just doesn't seem right. I do also miss Mouthguard, though. Why is Jugs in DC called Jackson Mouthguard? I've lost track of that one.
Did he wear one for a while?
That doesn't ring a bell to me.
Okay. I, like him, have been hungover as hell since the 4th and have been dreading seeing the side of my coworkers. Good luck on the resume update today, papers, and hope to see you Monday. If you haven't fled the Mound City for pastures that are less burnt out and gray, screw Chuck Todd, go Cardinals, and Martin, I have the butt gerbil ready for you. Just need to find out where they sell stamps. It's Jugs in D.C. You guys have been talking about a butt gerbil?
Doesn't ring a bell. We were doing nicknames earlier. Who was Dollar General? We had a Lebitard, a Dan Patrick. What did he say there?
You were clearance rack Scott Van Pelt.
No, but what in this email?
Dollar General Cowherd and Kmart Lebitard.
There you go.
Kmart Lebitard. I don't know who's who here.
Let's see. Cardinals first 5 money line. McGreevy deals on his birthday. Parlay that with a strikeout prop. If you're feeling all Doug-like, that's Jugs in D.C. with a final thought, Martin. So hold on a second.
Well, is it a second entry?
First 5 money line. So first 5 innings money line, okay. McGreevy deals on his birthday, so that's his reasoning. Parlay that with a strikeout prop if you're feeling all Doug-like. So he likes McGreevy and the Cardinals in the first 5, and then I guess McGreevy over strikeout total, I gather. It would be odd to pair that with Kyle Harrison if you're taking the Cardinals in the first 5. Although Mizrowski gave up, 3 yesterday and still had 11 Ks. Not that giving up 3 is bad, but for him, it's relatively speaking.
You see Herrera said he went into the cage and just turned it up to 110 just to get ready for Mizrowski.
Worked out. In the 90s, every guy I knew was in a band. Today, every guy I know has a podcast somewhere, somehow. The similarities are almost perfect. Mostly dudes who just sort of drift through life like a Dierberg's bag. Wildly disproportionate amount of unearned confidence, thousands of dollars in gear, and an unspoken expectation that everyone in their life should pretend it's good and cross-promote it on their social media. It even follows the exact same arc. We're just doing it for fun. Guys, I think we've really found our voice. Can you subscribe, leave a 5-star review, and tell your aunt in Peoria to download it? We're trying to get a Fazoli sponsorship. Back then, they cornered you at parties to hand you a demo CD. Now they corner you on AM radio and ask if you've caught episode 47 of 2 insurance adjusters breaking down chicken sandwich rankings for 2.5 hours.
Popeyes.
That's from Mark over at Mark's Mulch and Bra Emporium.
Here we go with tagline.
So no one told you life was going to be this way. MULCH. Oh, that was to be read like the Friends theme song. Now I get it. It's a bad read on my part.
No, don't say that.
It's from Mark over at Mark's Mulch and Bra Emporium. I'm a big Mark guy. And finally, trade secret. I have a system to tell if a business is still killing it, like the normal brand, and it is if they're advertising on Facebook. Sometimes I'll read these and I don't know what they're in reference to, and then mid-read I realize,
you're like, oh.
Now I get it. Trade secret, I have a system to tell if a business is still killing it, like the normal brand. And it is if they are advertising on Facebook. Bad news for NVIDIA, a company that I am going to ignore like it is a 401k trap trying to steal my money. It is tougher to get out of those than a gym membership. So now I have some availability to turn my attention to solving the studio sponsor question around my 16 hours of television every day. How about we get a Vespa or golf cart sponsor for the studio? Bam! There are $50,000 to $100,000 in sales. The same people who would go see a Ralph Macchio movie to see me get cucked. Yep, that is how you do the salesmanning, fellas. That's from Shooter McGavin, the vice president of Inescapable Used Hat Rummage Sales.
Shooter McGavin.
Thank you very much,
Doug.
Chairman Kurt.
AI.
And that is what we have for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. We shall vote. And we shall announce the winner coming up at approximately 10:55. Now, Martin, you met John Rice, and in parentheses now it says troublemaker.
I didn't say troublemaker. Is that a Jackson edit?
I think it might be. You met him, though, at a Cardinal game, did you not?
Yes.
Okay.
A couple weeks
now
ago.
Jackson is called him a troublemaker.
I think so I met John Rice, delightful man, Cardinal fan. This is when Carson was picking out the Navy
He sent in
cap.
pictures of himself with you.
Yeah.
He looks like a gentleman, I would guess, in his 60s.
Yeah, and he works for, I believe, the Drury hotel chain, and he lives in Cape Girardeau, but is a diehard Cardinal fan.
Got it.
But I think Jackson labeled him troublemaker because he got mad at us when we weren't talking serious
Well, everybody
sports.
would be a troublemaker.
Well, I know.
So he says, last week, Jugs in D.C. told me to drink bleach. Based on most of his texts, he seems like a very angry guy. Guess that happens hanging out with politicians in the nation's capital. That's from John Rice, troublemaker.
Well, earlier, so he is going back at Jugs. But earlier, John said, hey, it's Martin's buddy, John Rice, from the 573, and then in parentheses, troublemaker.
Right.
I'll be at the game tonight. If you're there, I'll be in section 265. Maybe we can meet up again. Would love to get an autograph. That's almost like the Frances. And I think, how's about I come down to the studio? And then Frances, no.
Feeling the furries.
I will. I appreciate that, John. Have a great time at the ball game with Michael McGreevy on the mound. I am not going to be. I might be there during the pregame, but I won't be there for the game.
Tim, do you or Jackson get to declare Iggy as a dependent on your taxes, or do you take turns like divorced couples? That's from the Hunchback of Vaughn Castle.
Great question.
Send me stuff.
Send me stuff. That is the only clip for Iggs you'll ever need. Send me stuff.
That one is haunting right there. Is that how divorced couples do it? They take turns
declaring the kids. They divvy up the days.
Once again, I learned so many things.
Instead of time spent listening, it's days spent at Dad's house. Down to the exact day.
Hold on. Do we have resume on the text line? I could be held accountable. That's from the Cronky Hater. Maybe you meant resume. I don't know.
Does he need a Cronky Hater? Do you need a good text audit? Is that what you're saying?
Oh, I see.
You know, they all know who I am.
Send me stuff.
Let's see. The Cronky Hater, your text audit, I'm just glancing at it, doesn't stand out. Please tell me KG is joining ATMA today. That's from Beer Cats. Yeah, he was always going to be on it on, tomorrow and Friday. Mm-hmm. But with Jackson out and Doug out, it'll be Chairman Kurt, Iggy, and myself from 11 to 12 on After the Morning.
Are the phones working these days, guys?
For women.
That's correct.
I don't mean here. I mean on ATMA.
No, that's just my life motto of the phone's only for women.
Okay.
So yeah,
but I knew early on.
So ladies can call into this program, and ATMA and gentlemen are not allowed. It's
Correct.
like an inverse Augusta National with Martha Burke outside. Following it well.
Yeah.
Call in 314-974-0101. Callier and Thompson, sponsor of the phone lines. You can text in 314-399-9646. Air Comfort Service, sponsor of the text inbox. And you can watch the program and talk it over in the Form Energy YouTube chat where Iggy's lover says, KG, you're too tall to be a McKernan.
That was when I was talking about being with your family at the game.
I got it. I don't know. Sometimes when I'm promoting the Form Energy text in or YouTube chat, I go in there and I just read the first thing that I see. But the thing about it is that my brothers are both over 6 feet tall. And I think my sister might be as tall as I am. So I am the problem. I am bringing down the average height.
If anything, I think I'm too thick to be a McKernan.
Yeah, I guess fortunately we've got lithe genes. But I don't feel like you're fat. I feel like you're thick. Like there's a difference.
Iggy brought up the other day how he just absolutely just laid it on me in that Fan Page Club Championship match with Cam as the caddy.
Very obscure, but yes, I do recall him talking.
And he was not exaggerating. He put it on me that day.
7-6? Did he really?
Something
7-6?
like that. And I didn't play
tough.
I didn't play a whole lot of golf back then. But I was so damn fat back in those days.
That you were gassed?
I refuse to even go back and ever look at the YouTube video because I'm horrified at how fat I was.
Really?
Yes. It was.
What, were you like 300 pounds or something?
No, I don't think I ever got up that much. Probably, I think I peaked at about 265, which at 5'8" is a problem.
Yeah, that's tough. That's a tough putt. That's a tough putt.
But look at me now, Martin.
Yeah.
Wow. I was just kind of locked on all my notes. And I looked over at your request.
You like
striking?
Yeah.
Striking.
Striking. I like that.
Tim, need a good tease?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Boy, it seemed like all the celebrities showed up for the TNT wedding with Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift, but one major celebrity declined to be there.
I got to tell you, I have such little interest in that wedding, but that tease actually intrigued me. So that's a good diagram to be on. You're talking with somebody who truly could not care less about that thing.
Same.
But yeah, I figure that's kind of the case. But whatever. I mean, God bless if people, are intrigued by it. Like I said, Americans are more interested in the royal family than people from the UK. But with that all established, so this person is actually talking about how they decided. Really?
Yeah.
I don't know this because of my lack of interest in the story. I'm not aware of who this is. So color me intrigued.
Jaron Kurt, are you aware?
I did see. I
So
believe
you
I
can
saw this
recuse
last
yourself.
night.
All right, we'll find out. That's coming up next. CMA 101 ESPN. Martin just delivered a tease for the ages. And I have to tell you, I'm anxious to hear the answer on a topic that in general I don't really have interest in. So, I mean, that speaks to the quality of the tease.
Remember the other day where I was rolling through all the names of celebrities that went to the Taylor Swift, Travis Kelce wedding?
Mm-hmm.
It was Spielberg and Conan O'Brien and Nikki Glaser, and just endless celebrities that were there. Getting an invitation to the Taylor Swift, Travis Kelce wedding became one of the hottest topics in sports and entertainment, with celebrities from every corner of the world gathering to celebrate the superstar couple at Madison Square Garden. Plenty of famous names eagerly attended this lavish event. However, this one person chose to stay home and explained why. Popular sports figure, think about that, willing to share their opinion on almost anything, willing to admit didn't want to go. Does that help at all? Outspoken sports media person, never
so
afraid.
in sports media?
Yeah, sports media.
Former athlete?
Yes.
Oh.
Very candid, will say just about anything, including
Shaquille O'Neal.
Close.
Charles Barkley.
Yes. Charles Barkley revealed this week.
I went right to the NBA, formerly on TNT.
Charles Barkley
for
revealed.
two guys who don't care if they got fired and probably are also unfireable anyway.
Barkley revealed this week he was invited to the Swift-Kelce wedding, ultimately decided it wasn't the right scene for him, made it clear the decision had nothing to do with the couple themselves. Instead, it came down to his own personal preferences, avoiding what he expected would be an overwhelming spectacle. Appearing on Unfiltered with Ricky Bo and Bill Colarulo. Ricky Bo and Bill Colarulo.
I got to tell you, hearing that, I think we might be able to get Barkley on.
No, they're out of Philly. There's your key. There's the hook. It's from the 97.5 The Fanatic in Philly. It's Unfiltered with Ricky Bo and Bill Colarulo. He confirmed he was among the guests. He said, I don't go to weddings. I don't go to weddings or funerals. I did get an invite. I politely declined because I thought it was going to be a crap show. Barkley later emphasized it was not personal. He said, hey, you know what? It's just too much. I don't want to hang out. I would rather hang out and play golf. I don't want to dress up and all that other stuff. Appreciate the invite. It was pretty special. So Barkley said, I would rather play golf, but he doesn't go to weddings or funerals. Apparently that's his
is that
stance.
right?
That's what he says. I don't go to weddings. I don't go to funerals.
Huh.
That was told to Ricky Bo and Bill Colarulo on Unfiltered.
Iggy's lover is unhappy with your tease. It's Barkley, you dolts. It's Barkley. Jeez. That's in the Form Energy YouTube chat.
Craig, would you say you guys should be bullying these hoes? It was Barkley. You win a prize. Is there a prize for that?
Chairman, what do I have?
Ever watch that Meet the Press?
What?
Never mind. What was the audio connection? We had like
the phone at the Trident house didn't get good service that morning.
It almost felt like we had a reel spinning. We were recording the show for posterity and spinning in the background. And you're saying that the sorority girls don't watch Meet the Press. That's what you're telling me?
She didn't sound like she was real familiar with it.
No. And we used to just call. I don't remember the show. It's been years. We used to just call unsolicited to a sorority house.
Correct.
Hoping they would answer.
Correct. And they would.
And we would just say, hey, we're on the radio and stuff.
Yeah.
If I can find one of those segments, would you want some audio over the next couple days? Or is that not a...
I shudder when I hear...
I know you do. And it does... I mean, it's your voice,
behavior in 2004 to 2006. Ooh. Yow. Yeah. Oh, God. Yeah, poor Martin had to work with me during that time. You think it's bad now? Imagine what it was like 20 years ago.
Remember the pitch.
Oh.
We'll call sororities and they come. I'll just ask them if they want a hoagie.
I was a big fan of Budweiser Mike.
Oh yeah,
he called you guys sub Hoosiers.
Yeah,
he was fun.
He was. Yeah, I could listen to that. Just need to edit me out.
He was high energy, kind of like our guy Dirty Dan the Guardsman. Kind of came on with a little bit of gusto.
You know what? D-Bear, the great D-Bear.
Dockett.
He there was an archive that had some great old segments on it, and maybe tonight I'll do a little audio mining for the next couple days and find some stuff that could be a fun walk down memory
God
lane.
bless. I don't mind that. And then, Martin, you'll like it because Jackson calls you a nostalgia merchant?
Yes. All I did was tweet a picture of Sundeckers, and now I'm a nostalgia merchant. People would die for my nostalgia merchandise. No, I think Chairman Kurt is from the D-Bear tree because he was the original, like, before there was AI, he would create images of things.
Yeah.
That is correct. He designed, although I think somebody's going to take credit for this. I don't know. The TMA logo, am I wearing a TMA? I don't even know what the hell I'm wearing. The TMA logo, I think, was designed by Gangster Pete, but I would think if I wouldn't have been aware of that, I would have assumed it was D-Bear.
I don't know
because he designed so many of the show's logos over the years.
I don't know if it was the first merchandise push you ever did back in the day, but there's some great pictures of Prod Joe with Rudy modeling those shirts.
I absolutely have the late great Rudy Martin with some of the Inside STL girls next door. Sure, I absolutely remember that. Cuck Knipple is a big fan of Chairman Kurt. He says, the vibe is so good with KG producing. Fellow Merrimack's Heights alum here, KG was the cutest guy in the school. KG isn't classically trained, but seems to be pretty solid as a producer, huh? That's from Cuck Knipple.
Huh. Fellow Merrimack Heights alum, if he's telling the truth?
Yep.
God, I ran that school.
I ran at school.
Jugs in D.C. adamant on this play. For the record, I went Cardinals first 5 money line and McGreevy over 2.5 strikeouts to be a little safer, and that's paying plus 160. Wow. All right.
See, for the record, I think McGreevy will pitch fine tonight. Somebody was critiquing.
But he, always pitches fine.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's safe. But I have a feeling, and again, get him out in the 5th, 6th. I wonder if they're going to be a little earlier because they're being careful with him. I still think there'll be a bullpen implosion issues in that 6th, 7th inning.
I'm not no homer type stuff.
Right. Is that Nevin?
Mm-hmm.
American fraudster, almost friend of the show.
That's right. So therefore, I get the first 5 innings. He also rarely shuts them down, though, entirely, and that means the Cardinals are going to have to score off Harrison. The thing about Harrison is I feel like it's like every 5 starts, he has 1 blow-up, but then the other 4 starts are dominating. McGreevy is pretty much, you can count on something that, is in the definition of quality start. You know what I mean? Like the 5 to 6 innings, 2 to 3 runs. That's just kind of like his gig. So this means if the Cardinals can get a couple runs and McGreevy doesn't allow anything, in over 2.5 strikeouts, I'm surprised that's the number. But you can always get alt lines on these strikeouts. So yesterday you were talking about Mizrowski in 7.5.
That seemed low for him.
I agree with you 100%. You boys were both on that. The thing is, you could have bet and then just gotten plus odds on 8.5, 9.5, 10.5. So some days there are a handful of days, and it's amazing the conversion rate. Usually they're games at Wrigley, by the way, that you can get alt run totals, and it's when there's days where the Cardinal 18 run day Friday was one of the days where it was just like the nerds who study this weather for degenerates like myself were like, this is a rare day, it's gonna happen. So I mean, you could have bet you could 18.5 on the run total, probably gotten plus 750 on your money, and you would have gotten home. But the run total for the Cardinals and Cubs that day was 11.5. But there are just days. I remember Edmund saying this, that brief time that he played in Chicago. He said, I learned that I would drive to the ballpark, and all I would do is I would look up at the flags, and I would see what the flags were doing, and I would know what kind of game it was before I even got into the ballpark, because the wind has that big of an impact there. It's just kind of the way that it works. And then there's certain ballparks that have other little elements to them, but Wrigley is about as ABC poker as it gets. Sometimes the trend is not one of significance, but it is certain wins at that place make it a 15-run game or a 3-run game, and it tracks about 80% of the time. It's truly something else.
The bottom goes up.
There you go. There's that kind of analysis right there.
Small sample size, but some of the Brewers against McGreevy. Jake Bauers 2 for 2 with a home run. Jackson Churio 1 for 2. William Contreras 1 for 3. Sal Frelick 1 for 1. Christian Yelich 2 for 3. So let's go. It's time to shut him down.
Am I imagining things, or does it seem like he's pitched great, but he usually gives up at least a home run every start?
When he gives up runs, it's always a solo shot or two.
That's correct.
That is kind of his thing.
It's rare. I don't know if we've even seen a 6-run, 1-run, 9-strikeout deal. It's pretty much going to be on a bell curve of 6 innings, 2 or 3 runs, and about 5 strikeouts. But it's great that those are great guys. Friend of the program, Jeff Suppan. That was kind of his modus operandi as well. Cardinals just got to get to Harrison tonight. The program's called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. We broadcast from the Stiefel studios here on the show. And if you are feeling a little sluggish, that's where Mentality can help you out. Check things out at lowtusa.com. That's lowtusa.com and Mentality. I've been out there. I've gotten tested at Mentality. Super easy process, friendly staff, and it can help you. Remember the dad back in the day everybody respected, worked all day, coached the team at night, and still had something left in the tank at bedtime. If you're now the dad who's lost a step and feels like you've given up, there is a reason. Low energy, low motivation, tired all the time, belly fat creeping up while muscle slips away. It's where Mentality can help you out. One quick blood test reveals your total in free testosterone, and that's often the root of all of it. Their physicians have helped 25,000 plus men get back to who they're meant to be. Start today with Mentality at lowtusa.com. That's lowtusa.com. So McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne, Chairman Kurt with you. It is TMA, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. On the biggest stage in the world, FanDuel's changing the game because sometimes your player gets subbed off and your bet goes with him. Well, not anymore with FanDuel Super Sub. If your player is subbed out, your bet stays in. That's right. If your player leaves the match, your bet continues on with the substitute. So you're still in it until the final whistle. Martin, you gave us a play earlier in the day on the Brewers and the over for the Cardinals Brewers, and now you're going to diversify.
Yeah, I'm going to go Orioles under. They're at home against the Cubs. The over-under is 10 in that game at Camden. Colin Ray against Dean Kramer. I'm going to go Orioles under. Over-under being 10.
All right, Orioles under to go along with the Brewers and the Cardinals Brewers over. Visit FanDuel.com/local to get started now. Let there be goals this summer on FanDuel. Must be 21 or older and present. Missouri. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. What segment are we going to do? TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne, Chairman Kurt with you on the program. Doug Vaughn vacationing this week. Little Jackie Papers is ill today, but he is on vacation tomorrow. So we hope that Papers feels better, and you will all be back on Monday here on TMA. You are welcome to participate in the program anytime you would like at 314-399-9646. That's how you can text in. And that's brought to you by Air Comfort Service. And then you've got the Form Energy YouTube chat on the TMA STL YouTube channel. We have discussed the Cardinals situation in depth on today's program. But for those of you just joining us, here is the Cardinal manager about how he was handling the Cardinal pitching yesterday for the doubleheader, which led to a wonderful outing by, I guess it's fair to call him a utility man, Martin?
Brian Torres.
Yeah, Brian Torres.
2 shutout innings. Okay, the last time they used a position player to pitch was last year. Remember Garrett Hampson?
No. Oh,
barely.
My God,
was
yes.
he like an infield, outfield kind of guy-ish?
Yes, I forgot, yes.
He was the answer to the last time a position player
How about
pitched.
that? You could have given me 1,000 guesses and I wouldn't have gotten it.
All right, I'll give you 1,000 on this one.
Okay.
The last time a position player pitched 2 innings, it was in 2010. I think he was kind of a friend of this show.
Aaron Miles?
No.
Flip Lopez.
No. Currently a coach for the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Joe Mather?
Yeah, Joe Mather.
He did come to some of our events.
Okay, and then the last time a position player pitched 2 shutout innings was in 2004. Not one of the bigger names, obviously.
Marlon Anderson.
No.
Cody McKay.
Yes. Friend of Jeff Suppan.
Wow.
How did you get that?
I feel like that's come up when we were talking about Cody McKay, him pitching at some point. So I just kind of threw that name out there.
That's the last time they had 2 shutout innings from a position player. But Brian Torres, wasn't he? I think it came up as like 38 miles per hour. He threw something last night.
He was dealing is what he was doing.
I mean, in a day when, is it Bruce Zimmerman pitched and Matt Swanson started?
That's right.
We also had Brian Torres on the mound. Cards get swept in that doubleheader. They're 1-7 against Milwaukee. I did tweet out that they're 1-7 against the Brewers, 46-36 against everyone else. I wasn't saying, if you just take that away, they'd be I wasn't saying that. But it's pretty notable how bad they've been against the Brewers and decent against everybody else.
You want to hear Ollie's thoughts?
Sure he is.
Just keeping them healthy, right? It's yeah, I mean, I said it might have been yesterday as far as when you're in the last series in Chicago, you're managing for today. There's a lot of moving parts to where our pitching's at the moment in giving Soriano and JoJo multiple days off prior to them throwing. Just how we're pushing McGreevy back and Palante and just allowing them an extra day of rest in order to kind of recover. A lot of this, the main filter is just keeping them healthy, right? It's part of the game within the game is health, and we can't afford to lose guys. So we got to be able to honor kind of how they're feeling, and that's a big part of this, man. Like that game today, yeah, you want to mix and match, and you hit a 2-run homer and you're within 1. You can't. Like, you just got to ride it out. We didn't have a whole lot of guys left. So that's unfortunate, but it's just the reality of today if we're going to stick to keeping these guys in a good spot. So it's not ideal, but it's what was needed today.
Cardinals will try to stop the skid with Mike McGreevy going up against Kyle Harrison. Jugs in D.C. is very unhappy that we talk about Jugs in D.C. Being a good pitcher. This is the difference between Harrison and McGreevy's ERA. It is not the pitching disparity that is being described. That is, I guess, a screenshot of his calculator. And it is .291.
Because we're talking about Harrison. He's
right. But what I keep trying to communicate, maybe I'm just doing a poor job of it, is that Harrison dominates games, and then he has 1 out of 5-ish appearances where he gets blown out or blown up, and his most recent outing was one of those. McGreevy is blue chip. You know it's going to be solid, but it's not necessarily going to be dominating. So whereas I think many Cardinal fans are like, how is Weatherholt not an all-star? I don't think you hear too many people saying, how is McGreevy not an all-star? Brewers fans are quite vocal right now and in shock that Kyle Harrison is not an all-star, and that is because of how dominating he has been, and then he has one of these one-off starts where he gets rocked, which is the explanation of why the numbers are closer versus the ceiling of the two pitchers. Jugs, hopefully I was able to communicate what I was trying to say that didn't resonate with you earlier. Program's called The Morning After. It's presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
This is Chairman Kurt with another SportsCenter update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. It was all 0-0 at the end of regulation, but Switzerland advances in penalties over Colombia. They will face Argentina on Saturday night in the round of 8. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. You'll be saying, I love my Windows.
The winner of the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today?
Jugs in D.C.
Jugs in D.C. got it. Wow. He stopped the mark from Mark's Mulch and Bra Emporium run. Universal Windows Direct has sponsored Chairman Kurt's Sports Center update online at universalwindowsdirect.com. Well, summer is here. We are in the midst of it, and if your home already feels warmer than it should, your windows could be working against you. You know, old windows let the heat pour in. Your air conditioner has to work overtime just to keep up, and you end up paying for it every month on your energy bills. That's why Universal Windows Direct can help you out right now. Buy 4 windows, get 4 free, plus 48 months of 0% interest financing, same as cash. So buy 4 windows, get 4 free, 48 months interest free, same as cash. Comfort, efficiency, and savings all summer long. And like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows. BK and Ferrario are coming up next here on 101 ESPN. We head down the hallway, and you can watch our presentation on the TMA STL YouTube channel. Chairman Kurt will be running the board on that today with Jackson out.
Great job, Kurt.
Yeah, way to step in.
Thanks,
and what's
guys.
your final grade?
Just a flat B.
Flat B. I think that's too hard. I think it was better. That is due.
Thank you.
But you weren't happy with your quickness on the roof daddy
There was
drop?
a couple of drops I didn't get to with the quickness, and right here at the very end, I didn't have a bumper in there, and we went in dry.
I was thinking all this game of things.
Clock management. So, like when we see BK and Ferrari walking out, say Kurt kind of screwed the clock
Yeah,
up.
that's the core issue. Michael's Flooring's online at igotfloor.com. Family and locally owned for over 30 years. He takes pride in helping and making sure his employees are happy and making a great living. You can go online right now. Get 3 samples free from Proximity Mills. Just go to igotfloored.com. Michael's passion really is flooring. And when you order from him, he wants you to have the best experience for the best price. You're going to get that when you go to their 3 area locations in Creve Coeur, Darden Prairie, and St. Peter's. Come see why people are loving getting floored by Michael. And make sure you visit igotfloored.com. That's Michael's Flooring at igotfloored.com in Creve Coeur, Darden Prairie, and St. Peters. Time for us to shut it down. For Chairman Kurt, for the ill Jackson Burkett, for the vacationing Douglas Elvin Vaughn, for my brother Kevin, for Martin Kilcoyne, I'm Tim McKernan. This has been TMA, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN.